everybody else is going to have to step up. We got one chair here, one chair in this row, and one second row in the corner.
Okay, I think we're ready to start. I want to welcome each and every one of you all that are here present and also streaming this evening. This evening, we're going to have the invocation by Pastor Colby Friday of the Willow City Church. Colby, if you'll come up and lead us in the invocation, please.
Thank you. Dear Heavenly Father, we just come to you, Lord. We just thankful for the gathering that we have today, Lord. We just ask that you give us wisdom and discernment to be able to choose what's best for our city. Lord, we thank you for the leaders of this country, this state, in particular this city, Lord. We just ask that they have clarity in their decisions and they do what's best for not only our community, but for our future. Lord, we just ask that the path that lays before us is good for our future children. In your precious name we pray. Amen.
Thank you. Thank you, Colby. Appreciate it. Pledge of Allegiance will be led this evening by Sam Sutton, our illustrious reporter. Managing editor. Thank you. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Thank you. And employee recognitions.
Mayor and council and members of the committee, at this point in our council meetings, we usually like to recognize certain city employees and city departments for exceptional service. And this exceptional service is as indicated in emails and letters that the city has received over the last couple of weeks. So tonight I'm going to read you a couple of accolades that I've received on some employees and some departments over the last week or two. And first off, this actually came from Teresa down in customer services at City Hall. And she wanted to make me aware that she said I had the sweetest customer this morning that recently moved here by the name of Terry Wagner, 112 Crestwood. She was paying her bill and told me that she was so impressed with all the services the city provides. The leaf pickup, the branch pickup, and she commented that even someone swept her street. She was very impressed with what our city of Fredericksburg provides and what we are doing. I thought maybe this should be passed on. We do get these comments often, but sometimes it is nice to hear, especially from somebody that lived elsewhere and knows it could be different. So I know that council gets a lot of these comments about the exceptional services we provide, and that's just one example of some of the comments we received. The next came through a phone call to the receptionist on last week. She said, I just had an anonymous gentleman call and wanted to commend the leaf pickup crew that was on the truck today. He advised that he had leaves out, and when they went by to pick them up, a lot of the leaves blew back in his yard. But, he went outside and raked the leaves that blew in the yard back onto the street. Before the crew left his neighborhood, they ran back by and picked up those leaves as well. So he just wanted to say what a great job they did and said, now that is awesome customer service. And I know you get a lot of compliments on our leaf pickup, particularly this time of year. And last but not least, and just every week we get positive comments on our police officers. And I know a lot of the people in the audience have had contacts with our officers over the years, and they do an outstanding job serving our community. This came from Sarah and Stephen Ross, people that were here visiting from out of town. And Sarah says that I would like to compliment an officer that my husband and I had contact with during our stay in Fredericksburg. The officer's name is Thomas Rivera. He pulled us over for a defective headlight on Friday, November 19th. It was an extremely busy night on Main Street, and he was so calm and polite with us. He was a complete professional, very efficient, and had great rapport during the whole stop. My husband and I both agree that he is probably the kindest police officer we have ever encountered. So please share our thanks with Officer Rivera. So again, those are some good positive comments we received on some of our employees and some of the services we provide. And every week we get these kind of comments, and I can attest that I actually receive very few complaints. So I think overall the city's doing an outstanding job, Mayor and Council members.
Thank you for that. It's always positive feedback. Okay, we're going to go into public comment this evening. We have 38 people that have signed up. You will have a 3-minute opportunity, and you'll have a 1-minute warning sound. And when your 3 minutes are up, you will hear the same sound. Since there's so many of you all here to speak this evening, I'm very happy that the response from our community is here this evening. So if I feel you're running way over the 3 minutes, I will have to interrupt you so everyone has an opportunity to have their time at the mic. When you come up, those who haven't been here before, if you'd be kind enough to give us your name for the records, and also if you're a city resident or not. The first speaker this evening will be Larry Jackson. The next speaker will be on deck, Bill Schneider. So Bill, if you'll be ready when to go when Mr. Jackson is done.
Hello, I'm Larry Jackson. I'm a resident of Fredericksburg for the last 28 years, and I am on the Historic Review Board, and we see a lot of the STRs come before us. The biggest problem we've had is we've had 94 units asked for approval since September 27th, I believe it was. And that's about the time y'all first started talking about a moratorium, so I think it's going to get much worse as we go on. Second, I was reading about Breckenridge, Colorado today, and they just formally passed an amendment that all STRs be just in the commercial zones. And I think that's a good idea. I'm pro-community, pro-family, and I think that's the way it should be. And I think we've passed up over the years that I've been here a couple of times where we could have slowed this down and or stopped it altogether in R1 and R2. And I think it's a good time to stop it now momentarily while we come up with a plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. Bill Schneider, and then Anna Wade Smith, you're on deck.
I'm Bill Snyder. I live at 507 West Center Street. I've lived in the same house for 16 and a half years. It's an R1 area. I'd like to thank the council, the mayor, and the city leaders for an opportunity to speak. One of the topics that will be discussed at tonight's meeting is a moratorium on new STRs. Many in the residential community have been calling for a pause on issuing short-term rental permits for many years. I personally have never mentioned the word moratorium, but have talked about and requested a pause on issuing permits to short-term rentals that cannot provide adequate on-site parking for their guests. That, to this point, has not happened. As some of you know, one of our city leaders has made a comment that he does not want Fredericksburg to look like a used car lot. That comment pertains to many of our visiting guests having no choice but to park on the street. On September 13th, there was a short-term rental workshop at the University Center to discuss the upcoming changes to the existing rules on operating short-term rentals in Fredericksburg. I am surprised that a moratorium was not imposed at that time. That would seem like a logical decision at the time because new STRs have been able to make application and receive permits under the current rules. Permits are being issued even while new rules are being drafted. The residential community has asked for a pause on issuing permits for a long time. The council should agree to the pause at least until the new rules and regulations are decided on and implemented. Thank you.
Thank you. Anna? And then on deck is Kimberly Lambs.
Good evening. My name is Anna Wynne Smith, and I'm a resident of Fredericksburg, and I have lived here for over 22 years. I just want to present two comments for consideration, specifically regarding the issue of moratoriums. Moratoriums represent a significant reach by a governing authority, which I believe directly threatens people's rights and should only be adopted after exhausting all other alternatives. So before this community takes the drastic step of imposing a moratorium to deal with the growth of short-term rentals, they should fully consider the ramifications of such a decision and rather focus on the implementation of existing regulations and ordinances pertaining to STRs. Furthermore, I believe that the city officials should first address noise and disturbance regulations in R1 and R2 zoning, and how these can be effectively enforced without punishing an entire industry by placing a moratorium on the issuance of new permits. Number two, the moratorium will have an enormous impact on the economy of Fredericksburg, the extent of which has not been fully explored. This isn't going to hurt existing B&B owners right now, but it will impact local realtors, local small business owners, local builders, and local service providers. A moratorium is not going to bring the neighborhoods back overnight, nor is it going to address the issue of affordable housing. It will simply bring much unnecessary panic and consternation. Over the past 20 months, we have endured and continue to endure unprecedented uncertainty in our world, and the imposing of this moratorium at this time will only unnecessarily exacerbate that condition. I would lastly like to note that the timing of this at the start of the holiday season creates the impression that this weighty decision is being pushed and rushed through with little forewarning, little discussion, and little idea of the legal ramifications. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Anna. Kimberly? And then Evan Turk. Evan Turk. Am I saying it Turk right? You're on deck.
Hi, my name is Kimberly. I do live in town. Today I would like to address the potential changes that y'all are talking about regarding the rules and procedures of how these meetings should potentially be run in the future. The memo, as it reads in the packet, says that there has been recently a lot of disrespectful behavior displayed. I would agree, there has been a lot of disrespectful behavior displayed, but it hasn't been coming from the people of this community. It's been coming from this governing body over the past year, consistently. As I've watched myself, many people continue to come to this podium and bring topics to you in a calm and respectful fashion. And many people touched on many different parts of said topics. And even after that, it was never discussed, there was never a resolution made, and these topics were never put on the agenda. So after a year of this, if a few citizens maybe yelled out in support of a speaker or maybe against something that you guys said, I would just say to that, when you kick a beehive, you're probably going to get stung. And I would also like to point your attention to the Texas Open Meetings Act 551.007E. A governing body may not prohibit public criticism of the governing body, including criticism of any act, omission, policy, procedure, program, or service. I'd also like to bring your attention to 18 U.S.C. 242, which is color of law. Whoever, under any color of law, statute, ordinance, regulation, or custom, willfully subjects any person in any state, territory, commonwealth, possession, or district to the deprivation of any rights, privileges, or immunities secured or protected by the Constitution or laws of the United States shall be fined or imprisoned not more than 1 year or both. You guys cannot tell us what to wear to a meeting, which is in here. I'm sorry if you don't agree with my shirt, but that's my right to wear it. I'm not hurting anyone by wearing this shirt. And I've never ever seen anyone in this entire year potentially start a riot. So to have language like this in here is kind of disturbing. If you don't want to be criticized, then I would suggest maybe don't run for a public office. This is my duty to my community and my country to call you out when our freedoms are threatened, like taking money from the American Rescue Plan. Also, I want to know who's going to determine the very vague language in this document, like no member of the public shall be permitted to conduct any verbal personal attack on the mayor or any individual. Does that mean that if my opinion is that maybe you're acting like criminals by keeping us in an emergency when there's not one, is that going to be considered slander by this rule?
Thank you, Kimberly. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Kevin? Ken Carr, you're on deck. Kevin, did I pronounce your last name correctly?
It's Took.
Took. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right, my name is Evan Took, and I'm a resident of the city of Fredericksburg. My family and I have not lived here long, barely over a year now, but we've already come to love Fredericksburg and have made this our home. Both my wife and I grew up in Austin. Our families still live in Austin, but we chose to live here instead of there. We chose Fredericksburg instead of Austin for these reasons: church, community, and small-town conservative values. We believe we made the right choice, and even having only lived here for a year, we already have a deep love for this community and a desire to fight for local families, community, and neighborhoods with actual neighbors. We lost 2 children to miscarriage this year, and who has it that enveloped us with love and support and encouragement? Our neighbors, the residents of Fredericksburg, not the residents of Kerrville or Comfort or San Antonio that commute here to work. I'm not an expert on Fredericksburg history, but my understanding is that it was built by families, for families, with a focus on families, and I want to see that continue to be the case here. For a year, I've scoured Zillow for a home to buy. Price is, of course, an issue, but there's also another big issue in the relatively unrestricted growth of short-term rentals in our residential neighborhoods is that issue. Everything that we've desired to jump on is snatched up by those wanting to put a business and who are able to pay more for a business that is income producing than I am able to pay for a place for my family to live in. I placed an offer earlier this year on a home that we actually had a chance to afford. It was beaten out by about $25,000 over my offer, which was also over asking, and that house is now being set up as an STR. My offer was strong, and I have reason to believe that it could have been the second offer to be picked, and if STRs were not allowed in R1 neighborhoods, that I would be driving home to that home after this meeting to be with my family in a home that we owned in this community that we love. Me and my family's desire is to live here in Fredericksburg long term, but I will admit it feels hopeless that this will ever come to fruition. If firm action isn't taken by city leadership on the tsunami of STRs taking over our residences, then we have no reason to hope that our dream will come true. My plea to you, council members, is this: please make your decisions based on the needs of the long-term residents of the city of Fredericksburg. It is the needs of the long-term residents that must first be looked to above the wants of non-residents. Though STRs may bring in a lot of people and money, they don't make a vibrant town and community life. They turn towns into ghost towns Monday through Thursday and put on a facade of vibrancy on the weekends. We want to live here, and I support putting a pause on all STR permits while real, full, and complete research can be done to best provide for the needs of residents first, others second. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Evan. And Carr, Mike Mahoney, you're on deck.
Mayor, Council, I'm Kenneth Carr. I've been a member of the community for close to 20 years. I graduated from the University of Texas with a degree in real estate in 1964 and have been a practitioner of commercial real estate in all its facets since that time. I've been a student of real estate all my life, and I think we really have a serious issue with our zoning. As I see it, there are two issues. One is where short-term rentals should be located, and the second is how they are governed. My concern is the location. There's no good reason to allow short-term rentals in R1. That is a recent occurrence about 10 years ago. We can correct this issue easily by redefining the uses in R1. There's no reason to change the district, but the definition. Prior to the allowance of STR in R1, it was not allowed, it was changed, and we can redefine it again to disallow the STRs in R1. It's perfectly legal to redefine these uses. Allowing STRs in our R1 district causes a dramatic impact on our neighborhoods. Where are the kids? Do you know your neighbors? How about the lights that are on till after midnight? Strings of lights. And the cars parked all over. We have ruined the sociology of our neighborhoods. It's not like neighborhoods are supposed to be. Some years ago, you allowed the SDRs to be permitted, and the consequences were not anticipated. Today, you are challenged to have the wisdom to save the city. It's a big deal. The single-family homeowner has suffered a great deal of needless loss and the quality of life. Define the uses in R1 as they historically were, and define the zoning districts that are suitable for STRs, such as duplexes, multifamily areas, and commercial. Grandfather STRs for a year if necessary.
Good.
By disallowing it, for example, I once had zoning disallowed.
I don't know if you heard the bell, but your time is expired. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Thank you. Mike Mahoney, and then you have Ray Rogers on deck.
Good evening, Council. My name's Mike Mahoney. I do live in Fredericksburg. Been here almost 15 years. It's pretty shocking, just in the time I've been here, the changes this town's undergone, especially in the realm of STRs, and the way the neighborhoods are drying up. And it's not just the ones right near downtown. We've got them all the way, as far north as Crabapple and neighborhoods up there. Those STR visitors, if you will call them that, are driving downtown and parking in spots that we don't have for them. Clearly, that's something that needs to be looked at. You have heard and will no doubt hear from a lot of commercial interests here that have made and will make a lot of money off of commercializing our neighborhoods. I'm not one of those. I just own a home here. That's all I want to do. I want to live here. And I ask that you consider imposing this moratorium. You can't undo what's been done. You can, but it's extremely difficult. You look how hard it's been to just get this reg in place on a forward-looking basis. To go back then and try to retroactively undo them is going to be so difficult. The moratorium at least will set this time now as, you know, the spot where we're looking at it, and we're not going to bring any more permits on. To do otherwise is just allowing it to go with this race to permitting that's been going on for months now. And this is not something y'all would have done in short notice. Lord knows how long this has been going on. So that's an argument that really has no legs. No one can be surprised that you're going to do this if you choose to do it. But do it now. Don't wait any longer. You can always undo it. If you look down the road and say, oh, yeah, we could use 75% of the homes in Fredericksburg could be SDRs, God help us, you could do that. But you're going to have a very difficult time undoing the large number now. I think it's a safe bet to say that there's not a town in this state that has more STRs per capita than Fredericksburg. Waco was having this problem with their Chip and Joanna migration, people buying homes up there, commercializing them. They imposed a moratorium and made it stick. They're not issuing new permits there. Much bigger town than us, far fewer STRs, even for a town its size. We can do the same thing. So this constitutionality argument that keeps being muttered around, that doesn't stand. That is the city's job to decide how the city is run, and that's why people live in a city, because there are certain regulations that benefit all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ray Rogers, and then Todd.
Good evening. My name is Ray Rogers. I've lived and worked in Fredericksburg for over 30 years now. I currently live in the city at 306 North K. Like many of you, my wife Stacy and I came to Fredericksburg for our unique way of life, our culture, to raise our children 30 years ago. Now we have the blessing of having second, third generation of people living here as well. My day job over the last 40 years, kind of like Ken Carr's, has been involved in many facets of commercial real estate. I've had the privilege of advising large institutions on where to invest their money around the country. I've also had the privilege of owning real estate in Fredericksburg, managing commercial real estate, also leasing residential real estate to long-term tenants. My job has taught me to be a student and observer of real estate markets and trends, opportunities, and people. With the recent discovery of the 11.5% STR market share of our neighborhoods, it got my attention. It appears that they now may have run to the course of the point of diminishing returns. I, like many of you, have observed our perpetual housing shortage across many price ranges. To help with this problem, I, along with a group of volunteers, started 3 years ago to try to find solutions to this problem. Our ever-increasing housing shortage has contributed, or potentially contributed, to many factors: rising housing costs, labor costs, material costs, the general woes of construction. Perhaps one obvious solution in our grasp, though, is to limit the number of STR permits. Simply put, when we issue an STR permit, we potentially eliminate the option for a full-time resident in R1 neighborhoods. Approving the pause for now of any new permits gives us a much-needed relief, just as the others have said, to evaluate the perspectives of others and to look at the ordinances that are proposed. There are a record number of housing permits, 168, issued in Fredericksburg last year, or the last trailing 12 months. It appears that 102 have been allocated to STR use. That gives us a net housing gain of 66. It appears that our research and our little committee shows that we have a shortage of at least 500 housing units. At that rate, the net gain of 66, we're 6 to 70 years behind the curve. So take the bold move. Please put it on pause. give us a chance as volunteers, much like you, to help solve the housing problem that we have. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Todd, and we have Cullen Eckert on deck. Todd, please go.
Good afternoon, good evening. My name is Todd Flunk. I live in R1. I have a house at 108 East Burbank. I moved here last year to start a new life, enjoy the community that I've grown to love over the last 14 years of visiting. I bought a house. I'm a member of this community. I know my neighbors. Stopping STR permits is not going to be the silver bullet for bringing families and kids and neighbors back into the city. I strongly encourage you to vote against this moratorium to allow for proper planning for those that are going through the process now, following the current rules, the current policies that have been set forth. One single decision tonight could have such a large impact on the city for those that were not planning to have the world changed by one single vote. I would ask that you slow down, encourage you to enforce the current ordinances, have a meaningful conversation on changes now that we have proper data to see what changes can make the best impact for our city. I do not believe that STRs are overrunning this city. I don't believe that they're a detriment to this city. I think they add value, both from a tourism perspective, which benefits everyone in the city, as well as the revenue that people bring into the city. Again, I strongly encourage you to vote against the moratorium, to allow proper planning, allow time, and to allow people that are following the current rules a chance to see their plans fulfilled. Thank you.
Thank you, Todd. Cullen Eckert and Michael Manning, you're on deck.
Good evening, City Council. I'm here to read a portion of the letter that I sent you yesterday. I am a resident of Fredericksburg. I have been for my whole life, except a few years I moved away for college, and I recently bought a home in R1 zoned in Fredericksburg. I understand why it may seem like this moratorium may be the answer to some recent issues with the SDRs in town. I'm sure applications have gone through the roof in recent months due to the threat of zoning changes in the near future. There are many people that probably worry this will undermine the intent of zoning changes, but there's an established planning and zoning ordinance change process in place for a reason. Planning and zoning ordinances have tremendous effect on communities, and changing them is supposed to be a lengthy process to stop city government from moving too hastily. The current planning and zoning ordinances should stay in effect until changes have gone through the approved processes before being enforced. Imposing a moratorium to circumvent your current ordinances is, in my view, the city government evading the approved planning and zoning ordinance change process. Furthermore, I believe the proposed limitations on property rights flirts with the boundaries of legality in Texas and will have negative impacts on the economy of the city. By examining recent Texas case law, in 2018 case Zatari versus City of Austin, an appellate court found that the City of Austin's prohibition of new dedications of full-time STRs in residential neighborhoods was unconstitutional because STRs were historically allowed in Austin. In addition, the court held that the ordinance's occupancy and assembly regulations violated property owners' and guests' rights to freedom of assembly guaranteed under the Texas Constitution. The major takeaway from Austin's court loss in Zatari versus the City of Austin is that the appellate court found that renting property is a fundamental privilege of property ownership, no matter the duration of the property rental. This recent legislative loss by Austin could inspire similar serious challenges to the proposed changes to our zoning code. And quite frankly, I'd be surprised if the proposed moratorium and/or zoning changes were not met with quick legal challenges. There's also reason to believe that economic byproducts of the moratorium and the proposed changes may be more negative than positive. These changes would restrict supply of B&Bs in town, causing current STRs to be able to raise rent, therefore reducing the amount of tourists that are able to afford staying in town. This will cause less tourism activity and therefore less income for local businesses that employ citizens of Fredericksburg. The moratorium and the zoning changes should be delayed at least until an economic impact study and a property value impact study is performed to determine the extent of the economic damage caused by these changes and if these changes will even achieve their desired goals.
Thanks. Thank you, Colin. Michael? And Eric Emerson, you're on deck.
Good evening, council and everyone. My name is Michael Manning. I know some of y'all
Michael, are you a citizen of Fredericksburg?
for 55 years.
Thank you.
And that's kind of shocking that so far I'm the only one that's been here that long. But I guess I'm older than I thought. For 2 years, I worked daily for food. It was a hard road to hoe. Some of it was my own doing, but life happens. I stumbled into maintenance for STRs, and my life has changed a great deal. It's pretty much meant the difference of life or death. And I won't get into that, but it's been a godsend to me. I'm not the only one. I might be the hardest story, but there are others in my profession. I can tell you that part of my job is to ensure that all the rules are followed to the letter that is given to us. Since I've been here so long, I have friends and acquaintances in pretty much every department. I strive very hard, and I take great pride in it, to ensure quiet times, parking is taken care of, and most of our homeowners want to keep their homes looking like Fredericksburg. They don't come in and do wild things. They want it to look like a neighborhood. And we do not, from my company, that I work for, we do not tolerate if they mess with the neighbors, they're gone. They're out. We don't tolerate any of that at all. We want to better the community, and we all work very hard to do that. I have a whole lot more to say, but not enough time to get into anything else. But thank you all for listening to me, and hope we can go forward.
Thank you, Michael. Eric, and then Carol Emerson, you're on deck.
My name is Eric Hammerson, and I'm a resident of the city. Thanks very much for the opportunity to speak. I'm speaking on Section 8B of the agenda, the proposed changes to the proceedings. I suggest that you not adopt the proposed language. All it's going to do is set the city up for more lawsuits. Now, as a citizen, I don't want to pay for more lawsuits, especially when you're not likely to win. There are certain rights that we have under the Texas law and under the federal constitution. One of them is freedom of speech. And that doesn't mean that all speech is protected at all time. I mean, we certainly have restrictions. The Texas Penal Code has several provisions that say what you can't do. Fortunately, we don't have those problems here. But if we did, those are already against the law. We don't need to change the rules here. As Daniel can tell you, it's already in the penal code. If somebody does that, they can be charged with those. There are two sections of the penal code that pertain. One is Section 38, hindering proceedings by disorderly conduct. The second one is Section 42, disrupting a meeting or procession, the language of which has been found to be unconstitutionally overbroad by Texas courts. Okay, so that takes you back to 38, which is disorderly conduct. Fortunately, the law spells out what disorderly conduct is, and I'll say that in all the time that I've been here, I've not seen anything that rises to that level. It's not disrupting your meetings, because during the public comment section, all you're supposed to do is listen to the people. So it's not disrupting your meetings. Applause is not disrupting the meeting any more than applause for the city members that are being recommended or acknowledged. We've not seen any abusive, indecent, profane, or vulgar language. We've seen no offensive gestures or displays. No one's incited a breach of the peace. No one's been threatened. No one's made unreasonable noises over 85 decibels as required by law. I guess you could buy a audiometer. Nobody's made unreasonable noises for an unreasonable period of time. No one's gotten into a fight. No one's displayed or discharged or even carried a weapon. It's illegal to bring one in. And no one's exposed themselves. Those are all the categories of disorderly conduct, and we don't do that here. Most people come here and they thank you for the opportunity to speak, to make the points that they want to make. If they're disrespectful, Daniel will tell you disrespectful speech is protected speech. Respectful speech doesn't have to be protected. It's disrespectful speech that can be and is protected. It just can't be disorderly conduct. Respect is a two-way thing. I would recommend that in order to get past the animosity that some people seem to feel, that if hundreds of people come to you and say they want you to take up an issue, put it on the agenda, discuss it, let people talk about it, bring in your lawyers, and then make a vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Carol? Kathy Lutz, you're on deck.
Good evening. My name is Carol Hammerson. I do appreciate being able to speak to you, and I'm a very grateful citizen of Fredericksburg. We've been coming here since 1974 when Eric's parents moved here. Over those years, we've seen a lot of changes, and I would also like to speak to the idea of imposing other restrictions on the people who come here to speak with you and to try to rally support for what they strongly believe in. I'm of an age, and I think everybody sitting here is of an age, where in civics class, in history class, we were always told, as Americans, I may not agree with what you say or what you believe, but I will defend to the death your right to say it. So here I am, a history teacher, a lover of freedom. For 44 of the last 47 years, I've lived in a system with my husband in the military, and then both of us working at an embassy where decorum and protocol and rules and regulations govern every aspect of our lives. This is Fredericksburg. We're citizens. We care about each other. We care about our town. There are many people here tonight who've said things that I don't agree with, but I've never had a sign on my lawn. I've never put a bumper sticker on my car, nor worn a button on my shirt except to say I voted. So I implore you not to add additional conditions, because I really feel that if you try to impose that, then people are going to become very upset. It's hard enough to, as any human being, disagree with somebody and try to convince them and try to sway them. But we're blessed with this forum and this opportunity. So let people speak, let people get annoyed. Everybody here, and the many times we come, and you all know that we come a lot to all kinds of meetings, I believe have added an element of respect, but strong opinion. Certainly, our founding fathers had lots of strong opinions, and they might not have been terribly disrespectful if you were King George, but, you know, that's it. And I would support a moratorium on STRs because I think we need that pause. There are such strong feelings. The rush is overwhelming our town, and we need not have that. We need to say, that sweet little German town that we all love. And thank you.
Thank you, Carol. Kathy, and then we have David Turpin on deck.
Good evening. My name is Kathy Lux, and I'm a resident of Gillespie County. My comments this evening are directed at Agenda Item 8B,
how to conduct the future city council meetings. Evidently, the need to address the manner in which the business is conducted during meetings stems from the lack of decorum exhibited by attendees at these meetings, since it seems to make it difficult for the council members to conduct the meeting in a productive fashion, so says the agenda. I have no doubt that this is the case because dissent is always uncomfortable. The city council body governs only by the consent of the governed. If any one of the governed is unruly or disrespectful, it is most likely due to the fact that they believe they are not being heard. I speak for myself on this point. I do not pretend to understand other people's motives on this matter. However, over the last year and a half, look at what's transpired. One, the tattletale line was established in the city. It was seen as the first move toward government tyranny on the local level. Ratting on our neighbors was not a good idea. It took quite some time and a lot of effort on the part of the governed to have it removed. Next, a request by the citizens for a resolution designating Fredericksburg as an open for business city with all the benefits that the designation would entail was not given a hearing, let alone a vote. 3, request for the city council to address citizens' concerns regarding the myriad ramifications of accepting ARPA money from the federal government were disregarded. Concerns were minimized by the council body, even though the strings attached are clearly stated in the contracts provided by the federal government with various entities. And finally, a notice presented to the City Council several weeks ago in the form of 160 signed complaints outlining specific items of concern has also not been addressed. Having said all this, is it any wonder folks are getting rowdy? We look around and see more and more cities succumbing to COVID mania, and what are we to think? We, the people, are watching as our liberties are being stripped away. We are looking for answers. Each council member took an oath to uphold the Constitution. The Constitution is there to protect the people's rights. Our federal government is now behaving in a totalitarian fashion with no regard for individual liberties or circumstances. It is up to local governments to provide shelter and protection against this form of tyranny. Your citizenry sees that you have failed to provide this protection by your inaction. I ask you, is it any wonder a few individuals express their frustration? I respectfully submit to you that if you want to have less rowdy constituents, try being a more responsive government. I think that is the winning solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. David, and then Jeffrey Bourne, you're on deck.
Howdy, David Turpin, 15-year resident, live right down there by the middle school, kind of in the heart of this STR situation. And when we began taking a look at this issue, maybe a year ago or so, we learned that we had 6% STR saturation. Not knowing how to interpret that 6% number, we began researching STR density in other areas, discovering that 6% actually is the second highest in Texas. We trail Port Aransas, and Port Aransas has, I think they've got double what we have. Comparing the 6%, what we thought was 6%, with comparable towns, we learned that Santa Fe, also a tourist destination, but also a legitimate community, capped theirs at 3%. We learned that 6% saturation was more than 10 times that of New Braunfels. Many people think of New Braunfels as kind of a similar ethos to a Fredericksburg. Then we learned the number is not 6%, but actually just about double that, 11.5% STR saturation. Then we learned that of the nearly 900 some odd STRs in the city, the majority are owned by folks who do not call Gillespie County home. They're investor speculators. Then we learned that there's a rush of permits being filed. Another, 100 some odd, Jason can tell us, they're in the hopper right now. I just want to point out that at every step of this journey, the diagnosis has gotten worse and worse for the neighborhoods. Our neighborhoods, to me, I know there's disagreement, I think that's healthy, but to me, our neighborhoods are on life support. Strangers regularly find me, just because I come to these meetings and speak, strangers find me with tears in their eyes, describing how their streets are being hollowed out, their neighbors are gone, replaced by partygoers. Literally, people that I've never met, they find me and tell me these things. Tonight, you can choose to ignore this problem or take a very simple, reasonable step to just pause the bleeding temporarily. Our neighborhoods have become the sport of out-of-town speculators looking to make a quick buck. Unsolicited to me, a realtor in Austin told me 2 weeks ago that the new wave of buyers that he's seeing are Chinese billionaires of all people who, quote, are willing to buy anything in Central Texas. We know for a fact that corporations have begun buying residences as investments. I'm begging y'all to act now, to take simple, reasonable steps to begin protecting our neighborhoods. Approve the moratorium tonight. It would be temporary. It would not last long. Pass the cup. Put an end to investment speculators hollowing out R1. Tonight, the choice is clear. Support this short pause or choose to ignore the harm being done. Neighborhoods are for neighbors. Thank you all for preserving neighborhoods.
Thank you, David. Jeffrey, and then Melinda McDonald, you're on deck.
Hi, council members. I am Jeffrey Morin. I'm a resident and STR owner, and Fredericksburg is my home. I ask that you consider the negative economic impact of this 8C proposal and vote against it. This moratorium, along with caps and cups, will be a huge economic loss to a large portion of our citizens and the welfare of our town. This will affect my family and myself personally. I live this town and the legacy that it has. Legacy, what does that mean? Several meanings are a gift of property, especially personal property and monetary. I feel that one of the best meanings is something that has been handed down from an ancestor or a predecessor or from the past. We had our out-of-town guests this weekend. They could not believe the bustling, vibrant little town of Fredericksburg. They asked, how did we ever get an extremely wide and long Main Street? I told them because the fathers and the leaders of this city thought out, they planned, and gave us this incredible town. This town with all these lovely Sunday houses and the old historic Main Street buildings that were built to last. That's one of the many things that they handed down to us, and that is one of their legacies. I am sorry I don't personally know all of you council members, but I do know that you would not personally volunteer your time and your efforts if you did not love our town, Fredericksburg. Talking about legacies, Jerry, I will remember you and your family for operating the Lukenbach Apartments and the Connaught Nursing Homes. You and your family have taken care of my dad and countless other loved ones in our community. Thank you. Charlie, I will always remember you as the owner of Charlie Kenny's Exxon, the last surviving full-service gas station, probably the last one in this country. And I also hear you're a pretty good real estate agent.
Yeah, thank you.
Tom, we got here about the same time in the 70s. I will always remember you from the Domino Parlor. I sure miss that place. Yeah. But more so, as a teacher in Fredericksburg, you have positively impacted more young adults than you'll ever know. Cullen, one of the first speakers tonight, was one of Tom's students. And you get an A+ for that young kid, the young man. So today, what are we going to do? What legacy will be leaving to our families and our grandchildren and theirs? We should leave them our thriving town, a bustling town. I'd venture to say that our small town of Fredericksburg is probably the envy of this state. We should keep it that way by allowing our businesses to prosper. The vineyards, the restaurants, the STRs, the hotels, the contractors, they all work and need each other to accomplish that goal. And that goal, to keep this a vibrant, thriving town, should be our legacy. Please vote no to moratoriums, caps, and cups. Please vote no to restricting our STR property rights, as these are our businesses and community. And please wait for our economic impact study to come that's in process. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Melinda, and then we have Jermaine Chastain on deck. I may have not said that correct.
Good evening. I'm Belinda McDonald, and I live in Fredericksburg, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. Community. That's what we're talking about tonight. No matter which side of this you're on, it boils down to community. When we started this in June, or May, the data that was presented from Jason indicated that it was 6% of our R1s that were at that time STRs. Now, undoubtedly, there has been a run on permits lately. We don't know how many of those permits people have a true intention of renting actively, and how many are being pulled just out of the fear that they'll no longer have that opportunity. This process is certainly adding to that, and certainly trying to issue a moratorium on that is adding to it. We also know from data that was pulled over the summer that about 50% of our STR owners live in Gillespie County, contrary to what you just heard. The data does not support what was stated. So I just want to make that clear. We have respect for our past, but we must live in the present and plan for our future. To that purpose, the Alliance has been working diligently and transparently for the betterment of this community. We advocate for responsible STR ownership and management. We've offered suggestions for professionalizing our industry with best practices, suggestions for minimizing nuisance complaints, and a tiered permit fee, along with a path for removal for non-compliant properties. We provided transparent data in order to create a lens to judge where we are and what the goal should be for the community as a whole. The Alliance has absorbed the cost of a financial impact study regarding the role of STRs in our economy. The work of the Economic Committee is underway, and renowned economist John Hawkins is leading that effort. We know direct spending and accommodations in 2020 was over $52 million, but that's just a small portion of what is spent through STR ownerships and our guests at wineries, restaurants, and entertainment. The ripple effect is broad, and the negative impacts of legislation will prove costly to this community and to our citizens through reduction of city services and higher property taxes. I urge this council to pause further action until this economic impact study is completed and presented at our STR Summit in early 2022. The summit will help frame the information with panelists that include national experts in a variety of areas related to STR legislation. Let's work together for Fredericksburg. We have the opportunity to work together to make positive legislation for everyone in our community and become a model for the nation. Let's make that our legacy to this community.
Thank you, Linda. Leslie Spraggins, you're on deck. Did I get your name somewhat correct?
Somewhat, yes.
Thank you.
Actually, pretty good, yes.
Thank you.
My name is Jermaine Chastain, and I reside in the city of Fredericksburg. My family roots are here in Texas, and all of my childhood summers were spent here with grandparents, aunts, uncles, and a myriad of cousins. With my sister and cousins living here in Fredericksburg, back a few years ago, I started making my plan to retire here. And so I rescued and rehabilitated a historical residence in an R2 zone and have spent the last 2 years attempting to finish my own home along with its 2 additional units. I could not have afforded to retire here unless I could have found a situation where I could have rental income. Hindered by COVID, the freeze, and the resulting labor and supply shortages, just as I'm literally days from crossing the finish line with final inspections and applying for my SER permits, a surprise moratorium with no details as to time frame or any other specifics appears on tonight's agenda. As devastating as this moratorium would be to my personal investment and livelihood as a retired senior citizen, it would be an even greater financial blow to the city. And how do I know? I am an attorney who practiced complex business litigation in the big bad state of California. I know the outrageous monetary cost of litigation and the emotional toll it takes. There can be no doubt in anyone's mind that passing this moratorium is likely to create a firestorm of litigation. Litigation on this grand of a scale is extremely costly, and on a human level, sadly, it will divide neighbor against neighbor. Is the city prepared to spend millions in taxpayers' dollars on attorney's fees? Or has the council even considered the possibility of having to pay out damages to injured property owners? And then there is the lost revenue from shutting down this lucrative revenue stream and squeezing the revenue from shutting down from other local businesses it supports. The city's only way to fund litigation or make up for lost revenue is to take the money out of taxpayers' pockets. What is the plan? Will other essential city services have to suffer to make up the shortfall? And what can we learn from our Austin neighbor? The city of Austin lost their case in local court after losing there. Austin appealed and lost again. Then Austin filed a motion for reconsideration with the appellate court denied. How much do you think it will cost Fredericksburg to get to that point? Many people don't know that our own state attorney general intervened in that case, making the state of Texas another plaintiff, and argued that Austin's ordinance functionally outs homeowners and investors from real property without just compensation. Essentially, the state is on record as recognizing the ban as a taking, and since government takings require just compensation, just imagine the potential massive exposure for monetary damages being awarded to individual property owners. Since this proposed moratorium has no carve-out or safe haven for existing property owners, it should also trouble the council that the state of Texas has argued that the Austin ban was unconstitutionally retroactive. SDRs are an important part of Fredericksburg history and economy. Council members, do you really want this moratorium to be a part of your legacy?
Thank you, Chairman. Leslie Spraggins and then Tammy Smith, you on deck.
Good evening. My name is Leslie Spraggins, and I'm a resident of Fredericksburg. I'd like to talk with you tonight about the proposed moratorium on STR permits on the agenda. First, I'd like to say that I oppose a city moratorium on STR permits. I am currently in the construction phase of 2 different bed and breakfast projects here in Fredericksburg, one for me and one for my daughter. We purchased these last summer with the intent to short-term rent them and have been under construction ever since. There are many other citizens out there just like me trying to get finished. However, in the current climate, things are taking much longer than usual. Even before COVID, construction in Fredericksburg was not easy or timely. If you vote to put a moratorium on permits, then when we each get finished with our projects, we will not be able to get a permit or legally operate, and therefore be financially harmed because of your vote. My daughter, who must share her property with an STR in order to afford to live in Fredericksburg, will be forced to sell her home and move, as her having an STR is essential in paying the mortgage. The sad truth is that she will not be able to sell her home for the value of money she has invested in it, because without an STR permit, her home will have much less value. Members of the STR Alliance have been working in earnest with the city for months to come up with solutions to citizens' complaints, permitting issues, and code enforcement, and we've been making progress. Volunteers have spent many hours collecting data, consulting with professionals, researching STR issues across the country. We have put forth many ideas and possible solutions to better the relationship between STRs, the city, and its citizens. And yet here we are with a surprise vote on a moratorium. The Alliance has a professional economist and a community-led steering committee working on an economic impact study, and there will be industry summit in early 2022 to release the study and hear from these nationwide industry professionals on how to craft good city policies for short-term rentals and for our community. I would hope you would want to hear this valuable information before making any policy decisions. If the City Council votes to move forward with this, then the city can expect legal ramifications that will not only affect the people directly involved, but all of the taxpayers. Long legal battles are very expensive and time-consuming, and as a citizen, do not want to be paying for the decisions you make tonight for the years to come. I ask that you afford all citizens of Fredericksburg the same property rights that you afford yourselves, and vote no on a moratorium on STR permits.
Thank you, Leslie. Sarah Monk, you're on deck.
Hi, my name is Tammy Smith. I'm a 25-year resident of Fredericksburg.
I'm here to talk about the moratorium and how the current and ongoing issues we are having with Avenue will be affected by the moratorium. I know the city is working very hard to make changes, and they know the current system with Avenue is flawed. I also want to thank Jason and Clinton for allowing the Alliance to be involved in the decision for a new company. This is what I do all day, every day. I want to make sure council members understand that the Avenue failures, that will be a nightmare to figure out if the moratorium is in place. So I apologize for being choppy, but I want to get my points across and show you some examples of things that I face every day. The first thing I wanted to talk about is the current permitting system is a new and a renewal is exactly the same. So I know that there had been some talk about possibly, oh, you still get to be renewed with the moratorium, you just can't have a new. But in the current system that the city has in place right now, a new and a renewal are the exact same piece of paper. So every year you get a new permit. You actually get a new permit number. It doesn't distinguish the difference between these things. There's nowhere to put that it was a renewal. So if the moratorium is based on new permits, this will affect renewals as well. They will not be able to renew if the moratorium with the current permitting system that is here. I wanted to go with some incidents that have happened with Avenue this year. I've actually had 2 incidences this year where I have specific emails from Avenue saying that their mail system in Birmingham, Alabama has been poor. The first was a $38,000 check written to the city for taxes for the month of December, and they were lost in the mail. So I came up with a solution to email reports and have them auto draft from our system. The second instance was Avenue stating there's a lot of problems with permits getting to property owners. I think what may be happening is they're sending them to the STR addresses instead of the owners, so that way they're getting lost in that. On another instance, on May 3rd, I sent a change of ownership form to Avenue for a property they were both, for a property that had 2 properties on it. It's R2 zoning. They were both inspected. I got one permit back in the mail, and I've been asking for a copy of the second permit since May. I just got it in the mail today, 7 months later. So you can see the nightmare that we're facing with Avenue. One of the worst situations is a property that I have documentation that it was sent. It was renewed 12 of 20, where the new owner sent the paperwork requesting the information. I can't even I could go on forever. So I'm just asking that this would be a complete nightmare for the city in terms of having to deal with Avenue, and let them get a new company, let them, the economic study be done. Thank you.
I am going to ask or someone on staff because there are people probably in the audience. She mentioned Avenue several times. Would you kind of just give a brief explanation of what Avenue actually is?
Yes, so Avenue is our third-party vendor. We contracted with them a couple of years ago to handle the permitting and hot collections for the city of Fredericksburg. So your applications go through them. They track those permits. They issue those permits. Once they issue those, they send us an email. We then coordinate with the landowner to do our inspections and then issue the actual permit. But they do have 2 functions, the permitting and the hot collection.
Okay, thank you. Yes, for those in the audience, not me. And we're changing somewhat from Avenue?
Yes, so we did send out an RFP. I believe we got 6 candidates that applied for that, and we narrowed that down to 2 applicants that we felt had the strongest background in performing this type of work. And we have reached out to the STR Alliance to sit in on those, especially because they're the ones that handle they'd submit the permit, so we wanted someone with experience submitting those. So we're slated for December 15th meeting to review those 2. I don't know when that selection will be made, and then there's some contract negotiations, but we are moving forward with moving on to a new vendor.
Okay. Thank you. Well, like I said, I just wanted people, including myself, to have a better understanding of what Avenue is. Sarah, you're up, and then Matt Curtis, you're on deck. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, guys. My name is Sarah Mock. I work with FACASA. We are a local vacation rental management company here in town, and I just wanted to speak for a few minutes regarding some of the communities that I've worked in across Texas. I've actually worked in several different communities that have gone through this process of implementing, whether it be new short-term rental regulations or maybe a top-down review of their existing short-term rental regulations. And some of the things that I feel I've seen consistently across those communities that have been successful that I would like your consideration as you work through this process would be, a lot of times it's about engaging, obviously, the owners and getting them on board with understanding what you're doing. It has to be something that people can digest. That's how you're going to get compliance. And to be honest with you, right now, it's very vague. The existing regulations are very just broad and leaves a lot of room for interpretation, as you guys know. So to that point, the future permanent regulations that you guys put in place, not even talking about the moratorium, I really feel strongly should have support factors to it. So one thing to consider would be permitting SDR seminars, workshops to educate the community and those interested in applying for the permit, having them engaged, be able to ask questions, receive feedback, that kind of thing. Adoption of an end-to-end software program that would allow owners to walk seamlessly through the permitting process, which would include links to tax record data, sources, and other sites pertinent to the process to allow for easy access to the necessary information. These are the practical aspects, obviously. But some additional items that I think would aid in compliance would be, renewal notifications that come through that portal. You can roll it all into one system. And this is part of, I obviously work with the Alliance and partnering with them. This is something that I'm sure we'll discuss, as far as software goes. But really, public visibility into who owns what property, that's also very important, right? So we're able to hold, as a, short-term rental industry, we're able to hold others accountable when they are not doing the right thing. We want to be compliant. That is our goal. We want to make sure that we are, not bad neighbors, right? So lastly, I'll say all of these ideas of, having the workshops and seminars and the process flow seamlessly so there's not gaps and confusion, that takes time. You have to try, it's trial and error. You have to work out the kinks. You also have to find the loopholes, and people like myself in our industry, we're here to help you find the loopholes. We're happy to provide that feedback, but it takes time. And so in the meantime, even if you do impose a moratorium immediately, that's not enough to allow for compliance. And people are going to start immediately being non-compliant, not because they're wanting to, but because they haven't been given the runway to be compliant.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you.
Matt, Curtis, you're on deck. Jeanette Hirmuth, I'm sorry, Matt, you're the next speaker. I apologize. And Jeanette Hirmuth, you're on deck.
Hi, folks. My name is Matt Curtis, and I'm actually from Williamson County. I had to think about where I was from, but it was a small community, not unlike Fredericksburg. And I've been working on this issue now for over 10 years. I'm the national expert. I'm the guy that gets flown around to work on this. And we just concluded an analysis of a community that I don't think is dissimilar to the Fredericksburg and Gillespie County area, but Buncombe County, Asheville, North Carolina area. $657 million in economic impact every year to the community. $657 million in overall direct, indirect, and induced economic impact. 7,500 jobs that are impacted by the activity. But the other thing that we did while doing the economic impact was we also did a housing study. So many people would throw around anecdotes about what they thought the housing numbers were. And so many people thought that the housing numbers were high and neighborhoods were disappearing. Total number of housing impacted by the activity in Buncombe County, 3%. 3%. It's important to focus on the data when we're having these discussions and not the anecdotes. It's a very nuanced industry and an industry that's facing constant changing trends. So one of the things we do, so my background is as the deputy of the last couple of mayors of Austin. I was the right hand of the mayors of Austin. And I started a policy group about 5 years ago now working on this issue after 5 years of working in the industry. And we focus on data over anecdote. We focus on how do you achieve compliance. You've got to achieve compliance. It's got to be the goal. Unfortunately, what we've seen time and time again is that moratoriums, heavy restrictions, and bans only result in one thing. One thing consistently everywhere across the United States and around the world. It drives the activity underground. It drives the activity underground, and the U.S. Conference of Mayors has spoken to that at several different points when they created their best practice policy resolutions on this issue. That also created an undue burden on local taxpayers because the cost of compliance, the cost of enforcement, was driven up. You had the burden on the local budget, and that, of course, created new FTE hours, in a lot of cases, new FTEs, new FTE allocated positions, and an undue tax, if you will. It's really a new tax on the taxpayer. So we host a summit on this issue every year in Austin. It's an in-person summit this year in 2022. And I was engaged by the Alliance here to work on this from a perspective of organizing the public policy summit that we're going to hold on February 3rd here. And then, of course, the economic impact study. And I think waiting for both of those so that you can understand this issue rather than see that industry driven underground and that undue burden placed on local taxpayers. The other issue, of course, is I testify, unfortunately, in a lot of different cases when I do work with cities or destination marketing organizations that are being sued. And it's something I just don't like to do. So anyway, join us, please wait if you could, and let us do the work on the public policy, the data solutions, and the data collection so that we can give you guys the best solution to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Jeanette? Oh, there she is. Okay. And then Sean Fedwell, you're up on deck.
Good evening. My name is Jeanette, and I live in Fredericksburg. I was going to say Los Angeles. I live in Fredericksburg. Been here 30 years anyway, and I don't want it to turn into Los Angeles. First of all, I want to agree with all the people speaking about the public meetings. I think that you should leave it the way it is and not be finding ways to, it's coming off as though speech is being suppressed. So mostly what I want to talk about today is American Rescue Plan money. We had brought that information to the city, especially the troubling terms and conditions and the strings. Currently, the city seems to be bent on pushing forward with this destructive money deal while disseminating false information and employing every means at their disposal to silence and suppress any inconvenient facts, dissenting views, and public discourse. Continuing on this course of contracting with the federal government by the agreement to comply with the controversial terms and conditions specified in the signed document places the city council, the mayor, and the city management in maladministration. They were given the opportunity through the nearly 200 formal notices served to the city council to understand the constitutional conflicts and violations of the people's rights the contract poses. They were also given the opportunity to refute by sign affidavit under penalty of perjury to refute any of the points that were presented in the document. They have not done so. Instead, they have chosen to spread a flurry of false information and hearsay as justification for their actions. This is not a valid response, nor will it stand up legally. To continue on this path and by these actions, this council is perpetuating maladministration and malfeasance against the people's rights. I have a signed document here. The other problem is, I'm just going to do one example very quickly. Our city manager quoted something from Texas Municipal League, which is, I would say, a shady organization, but he claimed that we are not contracting with the federal government by reading their statement. This is a signed document signed by Kent Myers. It's from the U.S. Department of Treasury agreeing to the terms and the conditions. In the terms and conditions, the main one is complying to all federal statutes, regulations, and executive orders. Those executive orders are open-ended, okay? Would you enter into a contract that you would not know all the terms? These EOs can be now or in the future. With the stroke of a pen, Biden can issue any EO for vaccine mandates, contact tracing, vaccine passport, confiscation of guns, travel restrictions, whatever, and make it applicable. It's open-ended. there's no compliance. So I called upon the city council, and people, we had a room full like this, all saying no to this money. All we got was silence. And again, if you're going to refute it, do it with facts, but do it with a sword statement.
Thank you, Jeanette. Time's
Thank
up.
you.
Thank you. Sean? Timothy Riley, you're on deck.
Oh, Sean?
Are you Sean? Is Sean out there? Is he in the hall? Okay. Timothy Riley, you're up. And then Ruben Aguilar, you're on deck.
Yes, hello. My name is Timothy Ellis Riley, and I am grateful to be a citizen of Fredericksburg. I've attended, I think, every STR workshop, out at Lady Bird or, wherever they do move. And most every other location is better to have a meeting than the law enforcement center. Didn't intend to get that up here, but that's been proved tonight, It's always unfortunate when not everybody can attend and stay in here, and your rules and procedures in terms of you do talk about city council members being able to attend and participate over video. I would continue to encourage you to allow our citizens to do that. It's unfortunate that you feel like you have to continue to put up barriers. I know that I've continued to ask to get rid of the podium. If someone would like to stand at the podium, that's great. I'm sure there's other people that, one, can't stand at the podium, but again, sitting down at the table and getting up and speaking with you guys is not easy. This takes a lot for citizens to continually do this. And when it comes to your rules and procedures and in these meetings, I've continually said that you don't make this easy. So I don't think that the changes are are helping those specific changes. I think that the changes you've already made are probably going to just exacerbate any disgruntled individuals. At all those STR meetings, I continually repeated to be bold. I remember at one Lady Bird meeting, I got up and asked the crowd to show up at these meetings. Those workshops are nice, but they start to lose the point, because we've actually been knocking this STR thing down the road for a while. And I believe it was in the last meeting that y'all voted to postpone your STR meeting till after the holidays. And did that not happen? We pushed it back to January, and it just seems like we are pushing it back. And I continue to ask for bold action. And I am grateful that that we have members that put their name on a piece of paper and put this concept of moratorium there. I think it's bold. I think make the moratorium this week and see what happens, because that's bold. The other thing you could do is just go ahead and approve new ordinances. I just think at that Lady Bird meeting, I said, hey, this stuff can be put on the agenda next week, and you proved that today. So let's just pass these ordinances. I don't why we're going to be till April, right? Wait till April instead of a moratorium, which seems to be what most bold thing you can do. Focus on those regulations and ordinances. Otherwise, I would support a moratorium because nothing else seems to get done. And if you can light up the room and get all these people in here, then we'll make sure it gets done.
Timothy, your time's up. Thank you. Robert? I'm sorry, Ruben? And Deanie Hartline, you're on deck.
Good evening. My name is Ruben Aguilar. I'm a longtime resident of Fredericksburg.
I'm here because I'm in fear of what is happening to our country. These pandemic mandates are nothing but political deception. Just look at the border. I mean, enough said. Ladies and gentlemen, we were Romans long before we were Americans. Our founders modeled our system of government after ancient Rome, republic, from the Roman Latin res, concerning, publicus, the public, SPQR, senatus populisque Romanus republicas, after Publius Valerius Publicus, an aristocrat and politician who believed power must belong to the people rather than the monarchs, where the government rules and governs with the consent of the people, with the will of the people. But this is no more. Cicero, Rome's greatest politician, once said, "A nation can survive wars, famines, and even plagues, but it cannot survive treason." Yet treason has become a valuable commodity in all levels of government because there is no equal applicability of law and punishment. The government is being weaponized against citizens, and many branches of law enforcement are working in unison with them. Our courts are full of corrupt activist judges and prosecutors who are manipulating our system and laws to achieve political objectives while trampling on the Constitution and the laws that they swore to uphold. And these actions put our people, our nation in danger, and this, ladies and gentlemen, deserves no immunity, nor qualified immunity of any kind. We need to hold people accountable. The time has come to remove immunities from everyone. The Roman Empire lasted over 1,000 years because they held everyone accountable. If you were a prison guard and a prisoner escaped, the penalty was death, or the guard would take his place. In wartime, a soldier caught sleeping on duty, the penalty was death. In peacetime, 30 lashes. If a politician was caught taking bribes, your nose was cut off. You were sewn into a bag of sackcloth with snakes and wild animals and thrown into a river to suffocate to death in darkness and cold while being torn up. Do you think the Romans would put up with what we are seeing today? All along I-10, turning northward, 95, there wouldn't be any trees left on the road from all the crucifixions. I'm serious. And that is how they held on to power, with consequences. They didn't put up with nobody. Politicians, citizens, rich and poor, we were all held accountable. I'm not suggesting we revert back to archaic and cruel, barbaric ways. No, absolutely not. But we must hold everyone accountable. And when the governments fail, then it is up to the citizens to take action. Okay? File a recall petition with the court. File a lawsuit. Make it a class action. All of you sign the lawsuit. Okay? Everybody must get involved. And if we don't, this empire that's in its infancy at 300 years, 150 years.
Ruben, thank you.
All right.
Amy, and then we have Marcus Parker on deck.
Hi, my name is Deanie Hartline, and I have a very short statement. That is, I do not think temporary moratoriums on STR permits will work. What you need to do is try and come up with a good STR ordinance and then enforce it. Thank you.
Thank you. Edward Brody, after Marcus Parker, you're on deck, Edward.
Good evening. My name is Marcus Parker. I live at 301 West Creek Street. I'm a resident of Fredericksburg and I live in R1 zoning. Quick question to start out with, and I think I already know the answer, but the proposed moratorium, that would be for all new STR applicants, including owner-occupied properties. Is that correct?
Somebody want to answer that? Daniel, Jason, go ahead.
There is a draft ordinance, but it really kind of depends on what the motions that council makes tonight. They could make a motion to stop all, only certain ones, allow B&Bs. I mean, it really depends on the vote tonight that would dictate what that ordinance looks like. Yes.
Thank you. So with that, I would like you to consider a few things. A little about myself. I was born in Houston, raised in the Hill Country, Llano County. I moved away to attend Boston Architectural College in Boston, Massachusetts. I was up there 10 years. I met my wife up there and ended up staying a lot longer than I thought I was going to be honest. Until about 1.5 years ago. When COVID hit with all the regulations and lockdowns, we saw the writing on the wall and knew it was wasn't going to end anytime soon, especially up north. With our daughter on the way, my wife said to me, I wish there was some place we could start our family, invest in some property, a nice community, and the government would leave us the heck alone. Being from Texas, naturally I said, well, I know a place. We looked around the hill country, and Fredericksburg checked a lot of these boxes. Good schools, friendly people, small government. There was only one issue. Fredericksburg isn't cheap. Luckily, after many nights on Zillow, we found our current property at 301 West Creek. You see, this property has an accessory structure in the back that I am in the middle of renovating. The plan is to rent it out, and with that extra income, we can afford to live in this wonderful town. Without it, we can't. There's a lot of talk about STRs driving out families from Fredericksburg. I'm here as an example of the opposite. Living on an STR property allows us to raise our family here. Now, I get the concerns that come with STRs. There are 2 on my block, and I've had to go talk to the renters twice for being too loud at night. I've tried to find out who owns the property, but to this day, 6 months later, I don't know because they're never there. That said, I am 100% against a moratorium as it doesn't solve anything. I would still have to go and ask the renters to keep it down at my neighbor's property while not being able to legally rent out my property that I live on because I can't get a permit. This moratorium is a blanket solution for a nuanced problem. And I'm sorry, but after the last 1.5 years, I don't believe any government body when they use the word temporary.
Marcus, I'm going to give you a little extra time because it took a few seconds to get the answer. Go ahead.
Just 2 more sentences. As a husband and new father and provider, this is extremely concerning to me. And as a native Texan coming home, I am shocked and very disappointed that it's even on the table for discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcus. Edward Rhodey and Emily Reed, you're on deck.
Edward Rhodey County. I'd like to talk about the annexations. First of all, y'all had the one on Cherry Street in Post Oak. During the day, most people could not attend. But I've been waiting for the minutes to come up. This was a public hearing on that, second public hearing, and there has been no minutes posted on there at all, where we can find out what went on. Next thing, on the Live Oak Road, me and Mr. Salinas met with Mr. Jones. I said, y'all haven't done no public notices at all on this deal. Mr. Jones made a comment, thank you, that if you'd waited till it's annexed, we would have had to disannex it. Well, the notices must be on the website, which first of all, on the Live Oak Road, maybe 10% might have a computer, so they really don't know what's going on. The next thing must be posted in the newspaper, which they did go back and post in the newspaper. And most of them are Hispanic in my area, so they don't have no notice on it. The third, in municipality, it must be posted. And number 4, it must be posted in the area proposed for annexation, which was not on the Live Oak Road, was not on the Post Oak and Cherry Road, this Cherry Street Road deal. So I don't see how this could be followed. Now, I understand you really need to disannex the Live Oak Road because y'all did not follow proper procedures. I'd like to have a phone call from Mr. Jones. My number is 998-5609. Thank you.
Thank you, Edward. Emily and then Deborah Hallbecker. I believe that's Hallbecker, right?
Good evening. I'm Emily Reed and I'm a city resident. I've been here for 18 months and this is my home. I'm very proud to be here. I came here as the dean of the high school. Fredericksburg is expensive. I considered that when I moved here. I negotiated my salary so that I could afford to live here. Fredericksburg has been very expensive to live for a long time. That's not a result of STRs. To say so is an inconvenient truth that you are creating. Secondly, I now work for a vacation rental company, and we employ over 40 people who do live here. I'm not concerned for me. I can do whatever I need to do to make a living, but not everybody that works for me can. Michael Manning, who got up here and spoke from his heart, he's my employee. I care about this person. And if you were taking care of your property, he would care about you too. We're not bad actors. But if you push this through, you're going to create them. It will happen. I ask that you make data-informed decisions, then move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Deborah, and then Robert Phoenix, you're on deck.
Good evening. My name is Deborah Hoppecker, and thank you for this opportunity. First, I'd like to thank Eric Whiting for his expertise on broadband and for returning my phone call and answering my questions. My concern relates to the safety of the electrical energy, especially the poles located in front of the middle school and soon in front of the elementary school, which Eric communicated to me that's where it's going to be located. I see future potential health and legal issues surrounding the installations. These poles do have warnings on them. And I also hope there will be full transparency of all expenses and any future potential income. A big shout out to our traffic and sidewalk departments for the in-depth info last council meeting. It was amazing. Thank you to fire and EMS for their quick responsiveness and professionalism. Secondly, last council meeting, the comments made by a speaker particularly surprised me. She admonished other speakers. In my opinion, individual speakers may express their dissatisfaction with particular decisions made by the city government. We have a First Amendment right to comment just as she. Yes, we all have an individual way of expressing ourselves, but whatever we say in this public forum, we own it. The fact is, we have had to fight to have our amendment rights respected, including the right to prayer, the right to comment on agenda items, the right to keep our city open, and the right to question our burden and our burdens and operational expenses. I'd like to address full disclosure of any city bids to this public forum. Please correct me if I am wrong, but I have not heard 3 bids or more for city repairs and improvements. Many cities have a good old boy system arrangement. We need to see at least 3 bids for any capital expenditures and repairs. The city and lastly, the city and our local Fredericksburg standard has made it abundantly clear that there are no adverse repercussions from using the American Rescue Funds. I was disappointed that our city attorney, Daniel Jones, who appears quite knowledgeable about city issues, did not respond last council meeting. I appreciate his input. Mr. Myers, with all due respect, this area of law is not your expertise, and our attorney is more qualified to respond to this important issue.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Appreciate your time. Robert? And then Jed Burns, you're up on deck.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Robert Phoenix. I live in the county. I want to wish you all Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. I want to pick up the thread that was, or the baton was just handed to me, and it has to do with Kent Myers' disclosure during the meeting 2 meetings ago that there were no strings attached, that this was just a regular grant, just like any other grant. And I'm referring to the American Rescue Plan. And Daniel had to refute him 3 times in public. And for me, that's quite alarming because number one, it says to me that Kent and Daniel did not have a discussion about the legality of the American Rescue Plan prior to that moment. Number two, if that is the case, and Kent simply was operating as business as usual, then that would essentially translate itself into being lazy. I hate to use that word, but that's the word that comes to mind because he wouldn't have gone over the document with a fine-tooth comb if he didn't do that. And then the third point, which is the most troubling, which is that Kent would know that these were the terms and conditions and misrepresented them to the people. So all three of those conditions are troubling. And if this were corporate America, and it was a $2.5 million deal, that would be a fireable offense. And I think we need to hold our officials accountable with all due respect. I want to sing your praises. But in that moment, that wasn't your best moment. Okay? It just wasn't. I have a minute left here? Okay. I want to talk about the STR thing just a little bit. It's great to see all you folks come out here tonight and be a part of this process. It feels like you're here because it's hitting your pocketbook. And we'd love to have you out here with some of these other issues that we're here every 2 weeks to talk about and be on the front lines with. I hear a lot of legal threatening, a lot of legal wrangling. It'd be great to have that kind of support with some of the things that we bring up to this podium every 2 weeks. And I hope this is an awakening for you folks and understand that we're dealing with the encroachment of more and more government activity into our lives. And I hope we can work together moving forward so I can feel just as good about you promoting your agenda as you would feel about supporting ours. Thank you.
Thank you. Chet? And Mary Lee Marshall, you're on deck.
Hello, Council, and Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Name's Jet Burns, citizen of Gillespie outside the city. Tonight is a turning point for the City Council of Fredericksburg. The City Council will be voting on new meeting procedures tonight on Agenda Item 8B, packet pages 49 through 54. A couple things that will be changing. General public comment will be pushed to the very end of these meetings. This will force any citizen speakers to wait potentially 1 to 2 hours before even getting to speak, as will the audience if they want to demonstrate their support of the speakers to the council and staff. If a speaker wants to deliver any kind of document, 10 copies must be provided by that speaker before the meeting starts. Why should citizens be forced to waste that much paper and money on simply delivering documents, petitions, or formal notices? Under this new rule, citizens would have delivered 10,000 pages to you last meeting instead of the 1,000 we gave you. Why? The last change is the largest, and I don't have time to read it all. I agree with Kimberly and Eric on this. Where did, quote, disorderly conduct, inciting a riot, breach of peace come from? What exactly is a, quote, attempted personal attack toward the mayor or council? Who's going to decide where the line is drawn here? This language is extremely vague, yet also very specific at the same time, making disrespectful parallels toward the citizens who take time to speak to you. Since when has American discourse prohibited usage of handheld signs? It's as old as writing, a core part of our country's history. Are you kidding? Remember when y'all wanted to increase our taxes 13% 2 months ago? The citizens rose up, brought their signs, clapped, and told you no, and our taxes stay the same. That accomplishment wouldn't have happened with these new rules. Never restrict lawful free speech. It's unconstitutional and corrupt. The citizens have never threatened you with violence, and this reaction to citizens standing up against American Rescue Plan funds is way out of line. I ask that you don't pass these changes. Please work with your citizens on these issues they bring to your attention instead of ignoring them and further damaging that civil discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary Lee Marshall and Keith Bell, you're on deck.
Hi. Oops. I'm Mary Lee Marshall. I live in the city. Tom, in case you're wondering, is hunting with somebody who is a recovering addict, and he's doing this as part of this person's recovery. First, before I start, I think we both support the moratorium only because we feel that something has to stop the ballooning STR growth, because you don't need an economic study to figure out that rents in this town are outrageous. Cost of housing is unbelievable. And it's not only because of the STRs, but a lot of it is the STRs, because they're taking away homes that families could be living in, families that need to live here because this is where they work. At the last meeting, our city manager read a statement from the Texas Municipal League concerning the strings attached to recovery funds. And I have to ask myself why such a statement would be read from such an organization. The mention of how many cities are supported by the TML is a clear sign of desperation, as it is a popularity fallacy used by debate teams when they're losing the battle. Popularity has no inherent meaning. Look at the facts. The TML was the only entity that lobbied for the continuance of the involuntary annexation by cities back in 2019. The TML lobbies for increased taxation by cities. It is no wonder they are popular with cities. They fertilize big government and have no regard for individual rights. On the other hand, it's obvious why the TML statement was read. The 107% increase in spending by the city in 10 years shows the city of Fredericksburg to be in lockstep with the TML. The desperate passage of the involuntary annexation resolution for 5 days before it became illegal to do so is more clearly understood now. The question remains, will our city government continue to follow the beat of the big government drum, or will they follow the will of their employer, the people of Fredericksburg? The childish tantrum you are displaying over recent actions by your employers suggests difficult times ahead. Our state constitution is clear. The ultimate power resides in the people of this state. Your continued actions that show disrespect for that fact do not speak well for your intentions. Your continued display of a lie on the city website does not speak well of your intentions and strips you of any credibility. You will lie. If you will lie about one citizen, you will lie about anything. Do you want to stay on that track or back to the truth and honesty? The choice is yours.
Thank you, Mary. Heath? Emily, Barry, you're on deck.
Howdy, Council. I am Heath Bell. I am a resident of the city. It's good to see y'all. So I guess, and I'm also going to talk about these proposed changes to how public comment is going to be run. And I think the central kind of meta point that you all have is there's this notion of disrespect. So I kind of wanted to go back, and there were some examples given, but I wanted to go back to the beginning of this. At some point, a few meetings ago, City Manager Myers took it upon himself to introduce a disinformation period in which he got to correct any disinformation, and then people heckled him during this period. So my view on that is that the amount of disrespect there is net zero, right? Like City Manager Myers got to have his disinformation period, and then, someone got to heckle him during that. I mean, it just balances out. In reality, I don't believe it is the job of a city employee, any government employee really, to determine what constitutes truth and distinguish that from disinformation. I would say that that in and of itself constitutes disrespect. However, it is in the job of every government employee that ultimately every action of theirs lives in the public eye and thus is subject to public judgment. Sometimes this does constitute disrespect. Ask like Trump, Biedermann, any politician actually. Previously, I have made several comments to the council, and I'm sure some of you interpreted them as disrespectful. I'd like to assure all of you that nothing is personal. I disrespect only fear. Fear of the mostly harmless virus, fear of a group of people whose most significant issues are things like taxation and reading the fine print on federal grants. Fear to the point that you believe, unironically it seems, that these people wish you harm, and thus that you'd fill the room with cops to this end. I urge you all against the efforts to restrict people's ability to speak to the government, ultimately. I do not respect the hostile attitude contained within this language. Thank you.
Thank you. Emily? And Tammy Pack, you're on deck.
City Council, thank you so much for allowing us the opportunity to present to you. My name is Emily Bear, and I am a resident of Fredericksburg. I'm here to speak to you on behalf of the Central Hill Country Board of Realtors. I did reach out to Texas Realtors, and unfortunately, our field rep, Nathan Cady, was unable to be here due to a prior obligation. A couple of questions that they posed whenever I reached out to them in regards to the temporary moratorium that you've proposed. What problem are they trying to solve with the moratorium? What issues are arising that are promoting this action? Does it remove previously issued permits in R1 and R2 zones? Or are people who currently have permits going to be allowed to continue to operate? Those are questions that I could not answer. It is drastic action to take someone's property rights away. The right to rent has always been considered one of the four main elements of right to private property. State law does not define a valid residential lease by any time frame. A rental of 5 days is as valid as one for 9 months under the property code. Fredericksburg already has a licensing process for STRs in the city, including a property inspection, which allows the city to track where those properties are, address condition issues, and should allow the city to enforce any codes requirements such as noise, parking, or other disturbances. What about the current ordinance is failing so badly that a need to put a halt on everything is requested? In conclusion, the Central Hill Country Board of Realtors oppose any moratorium on STR permitting because the right to rent is fundamental to property ownership. We offer our insight and expertise to the city to help address any problems arising with property usage in the city while still protecting the rights of our homeowners. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. And then Roger Norman, you're on deck.
Hi there, my name is Tammy Pack, and I've been a resident for 25 years, and my notes are a mess after all these wonderful comments tonight. So interesting. Despite that, we have heard from well-spoken, passionate citizens, but don't be fooled. A moratorium is not a pause. It's a drastic prohibition. Let's call a spade a spade. The least objectionable outcome here, if this moratorium passes, is that it only applies to new permits. So you might say, well, so what? These are new people. They are just coming in now. They didn't know. They're not being caught unaware. We'll realize that there are a lot of locals currently renovating and fixing up their properties, as Leslie Spraggins has mentioned, who will be affected by this. There are also a lot of people currently under contract, but past their option period, who this thing got brought up 7 days ago, who didn't know anything about this, and now they either have to renege on their contract, lose their earnest money. Long story short, it's absolute mayhem in the real estate world if we suddenly impose this. The worst case is it applies to renewals. I'm not going to talk about that much because I think Tammy Smith covered it well when she said, how are you going to sort them out? They all say new application. There's one form, and you get a new permit every time you renew. That's very concerning. Overall, the moratorium simply is not worth the candle. Additional time is typically required after moratorium, according to basic principles of law. Say you have a 3-month moratorium, then you enact a new law. Typically, a 3-month time period or some time period will be allowed to go back and operate under the old rules so that you can have the rights that you used to have. If that's so, what's the point? They're still going to be able to get their permit. You just pushed it back 3 months. Now they've lost 3 months of income, significant income they will never regain, and for which they will sue. What a terrible use of our city's funds that could go to so much better things. Where's the fire, guys? Moratoriums are only meant for emergency situations because there's little notice and it takes away our due process. The damages that will be caused are not worth the small gain in pushing back permits. Progress, so much progress has been made by the council, the alliance, members of the community, and let's not destroy the slow, steady progress we're making in finding compromises with this moratorium. Finally, a final note is, as a leader of a real estate team selling a lot of real estate in this town, buyers are not corporate investors. The vast majority are middle class, upper middle class, granted, many of them locals. They're looking for income to help put their kids through college, help fund their retirement. Even if no new STRs exist, I promise you, prices will not go down to an affordable level. Fredericksburg owners historically just sit on the properties if that happens. Then who can afford to buy if they're not able to rent? I'll tell you who, the super wealthy. The super wealthy who want a trophy property, a third, a fourth, a fifth, a sixth home. That's the only people who are going to be able to afford to buy these homes when we can't rent them. Who knows? Maybe even some Chinese billionaires.
Thank you, Tammy. Roger? Roger Norman? Is he out there somewhere? What'd you call for is Roger out there?
His place, I
Nope.
came in a little late.
No, you have to sign up beforehand, sir, I'm sorry. Okay, I will go back to one. He came in, he did sign up. Sean?
2 minutes out.
Sean? Did you come back? Okay. We have a procedure, you sign up, and that's where we're gonna stick to it. Thank you. Okay, we're finished with the, that was the last speaker that signed up. I don't think I missed anybody on the sheet, is that correct? Okay. Okay, we're gonna move over to the consent agenda item. Consider approval of the City Council November 15, 2021 regular minutes. We did get the corrected minutes on that. Consider the approval of Resolution 21-19R appointing 2 city representatives to the City Council Economic Development Commission Board, EDC, for a 2-year term, reappointing Brad Harden and Jim Drull. Is there any one of these items that need to be pulled? If not, I'll entertain a motion to approve.
I'll move to approve as presented.
We have a motion by Bobby,
Second.
second by Jerry. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Moving on to 7A, consider the approval of ordinance 2021-35, amending the Article 25.000 Health Department fees of Appendix A, fee schedule of the Code of Ordinance to update and amend the fees for temporary food establishment permits issued by the city. City Council made the second reading. Kelly, Alford's Health Department Director. Thank you, Kelly.
Good evening. So the fee ordinance that was passed on October the 4th, there were 2 words that were wrong that we later found out. So basically this is just cleaning up the ordinance and making sure that it reads correctly. So the wording on it basically clarifies that there is a late fee with our temporary health permits. And that is all that this is being presented to you tonight. Does anybody have any questions?
Question, Councilman?
So none of the fees are being changed at all?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
That is correct.
Kathy? Bobby?
No questions.
Jerry?
No.
No questions?
Mayor, I make a motion that we adopt the revised copy of the food establishment fee ordinance.
Second. I have a motion by Tom and a second by Kathy. Any further discussion? There being none, all those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Aye, opposed, there is none, 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. 7B, consider the approval request for ordinance 2021-36, amending the section 17-95 of the chapter 17 fire protection of the code of ordinances to modify the restrictions related to the outdoor burning and fires in the city and providing the effective date. City council may waive the second reading. Reagan Rapke, Fire Marshal. Thank you, Reagan.
So, point of order on the last motion, I'd like to include waiving the second reading on this.
And how do we go about doing that?
You'd have to have a motion to go back and reconsider that item. If that carries, then you can go back and take further action on that item.
Okay. I make a motion that we reconsider the food permit issue.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a second. Motion by Tom and a second by Bobby to reconsider. All those in favor? Aye.
I make a motion that we adopt the schedule for food permit fees and waive the second reading.
Second. We have a motion by Tom, a second by Kathy. Any further discussion? There being none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Do I need to read 7B again? Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Reagan Rapke, Fire Marshal. With the popularity of outdoor fireplaces, backyard fire pits, it's time to revise the ordinance with the proximity of the neighbors in the city. It's a life safety issue. Fire pits are getting closer and closer to combustible materials in backyards. It's either on the same property or even the neighboring property. Burning certain materials also become an issue. Leaves, wood, construction material, unclean material. Previous version of this ordinance has been really vague, so we've updated some definitions. And the last time this ordinance was revised was October 3rd of 2016, and all it was a heading change. So I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Let's start with Kathy. Kathy, any questions? Tom?
In Section 5, patio wood burning units, portable fire pits, portable outdoor fireplaces, and that should read chimeneas in the ordinance. There's a misspelling in there. It's on agenda packet, agenda page 27. So, and this, so Reagan, the outdoor burning ordinance is effective all over the city of Fredericksburg in all zones?
Yes.
Okay, and I guess this is a assistant city manager question. This will be enforced by code enforcement?
Well, I guess it depends on when the call comes in. So if it's normal hours, say during the day on a Saturday, we have a code officer. They can reach out to him, and he can go out and take a look at that. The ordinance is very clear on what it is. Daniel did a good job of cleaning up the definitions. If it comes in after hours, after 10 or so, then most likely that would be PD enforcing that. So it's going to be a combination of all city staff that is utilized to take care of this. Some of it may be enforced by our permit building inspectors. When they go in to inspect new construction, if they see a fire pit that's installed or that's being installed that doesn't meet setbacks, they would enforce that as well. So depending on the time of day and the circumstance would change on who enforces that.
Right, because this is, people who stay at STRs are not the only ones in our community that use fire pits.
Correct.
Correct. So, and they're probably not the only, there's probably more abuse outside of STRs than there is inside STRs.
Well, just so we put it out to the public, what's in the policy here. I mean, so that, you know, the extinguishing of the fire pit, the screening of the fire pit, what you can burn, you can't burn anything with varnish or treated type wood in the facility. And then also here you have the portable fire extinguisher, have a minimum of a 4A rating. You know, this is what the people need to do. We're not cutting out your barbecuing in the backyard, you know, in a fire pit or have a little fire pit there. It's just protecting the neighbors and everybody around you.
Okay, to build on Jerry's thing, so I have a question for Kent, I would imagine that a lot of people in town are, that have fire pits in the backyard are not aware, or would not be aware of this ordinance. So how are we going to publicize this? Could we put some kind of a statement in city utility bills?
We could, normally, Tom, we issue press releases, we post it on our website, and but we could go the extra step and include it in the utility bills. That would probably be appropriate, because like you say, there's so many around town.
Right. Okay, thank you very much.
Bobby?
No questions. No questions.
Kathy, did I ask you already? Questions, Kathy? No. Okay, thank you. I couldn't remember if I'd asked or not, I apologize. I don't have any either. I think it's a safety issue, and I agree with Tom. I think the communication to the general public inside the city limits would be not necessary for us to communicate that. So without further ado, if that's consideration, I'll entertain a motion.
I move to approve the revision to the ordinance for the outdoor fire regulated outdoor burning and open burning within the city of Fredericksburg.
I'll second that.
Is there a second reading?
Yeah. If we waive it.
I want to waive it.
I'll second that.
Have a motion by Jerry and a second by Tom. Any further discussion? There being none, all in favor? Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Going to 7C. Consider the approval of ordinance 2021-37, amending section 22.101 of the appendix of a fee schedule of the Code of Ordinance to update and amend the fees for services rendered by the city's emergency medical services, EMS. City Council may waive the second reading. Lynn Bizzle, Fire Chief.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Each year we review our billing through our EMS system. We review it and compare it to additional or other agencies in our area. And in reviewing those fees, we are proposing a $100 increase for basically across the board. So we have we have a fee schedule in place. One of those is advanced life support. What we invoice for those calls, which include administering drugs and different drugs and things of that nature. And then we also have a basic life support fee, a advanced life support transport or emergency transport, and then also a basic life support transport. So what we were proposing with the increase in the cost of doing business, we are proposing a $100 increase for each of those categories for the invoices that we issue to on the calls that we respond to. I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Bobby, I'll start with you this time.
I have no questions.
Jerry?
Okay, well, I missed you. I guess y'all went to lunch today, so. Anyway, here, I asked Ken about it too here on the mileage fee and this non-transport treatment fee. What is the mileage fee right now? Are we still keeping it, or we?
No, it stays the same. We're not changing the.
That was not in here. What is it?
It wasn't on the comparison chart, but it is in the actual ordinance that you have on the following page.
Right. How about the non-transport?
It's in the ordinance also that you're asking.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Is $100 going to be enough?
Well, the way we looked at it is we try to stay middle of the road with the other agencies that we look at. I would tell you, no, it's not enough from a recovery standpoint. But we, again, we evaluated each year. We wanted to try to stay kind of middle of the ground with the other agencies that are in our area. And they vary from $1,600 in Bexar County per call. We're proposing $1,050, down to, I believe 850 or 575 in Wimberley, but I believe that's a volunteer response system there. So their costs are not as high as ours are.
Okay. How did it's been years back that it was an insurance recovery. How was that?
Well, we do that on the fire. That's a fire recovery system. So we actually invoice on the EMS side. We invoice all of those calls to the patients that we respond to. If we transport, if we don't transport, there's no fee.
Okay, so we are going to looking at contracting out the billing, correct?
Yes, I believe that's on the next item.
Okay, that's the next item.
Just relax now.
Okay, I'll relax.
Kathy?
No questions.
I don't have any. I'll entertain a motion.
I move we approve the staff recommendation to increase the EMS fees per call of $100 across all categories.
Wait a second.
Wait a second reading.
Yeah, we have a motion by Jerry. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Second by Bobby. Any further discussion? There being none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Going on to 8A. Consider the approval of one-year hotel occupancy tax, HOT, grant agreement with the Fredericksburg Convention and Visitors Bureau. Ken Myers, City Manager.
Mayor, members of the council, this evening you're being requested to approve the annual agreement with the Convention and Visitors Bureau for their basic services that they provide throughout the community. The services that they are providing are outlined in the contract on page 41, and I'll just briefly summarize these services. First off, they are going to continue to conduct a comprehensive program of advertising and promotion for the purpose of attracting visitors and tourists and conventions to the local area, particularly to the city of Fredericksburg. Second, they provide tourist-related information about the city and upon request, and serve as the advisory body to the city on matters related to the tourism industry. And third is they provide, as you well know, they provide employees, equipment, supplies, and other support necessary to perform their duties and obligations, which include management of the visitor center. During our budget discussions this summer, the council will recall we had discussions about the funding for the CVB. The council agreed to continue funding them at the level of 5/7 of the amount of HOT revenue that the city collects on an annual basis. And so the contract that before you this evening basically has the amount of revenues based upon the 5/7 of our expected HOT collections for next year. Ernie Loeffler is here in the audience this evening in case you have any questions, but we're recommending this evening that you approve this annual agreement with the Convention and Visitors Bureau. Any questions for city staff?
No, I want to hear from Ernie. Ernie, come on, stand up and say something.
What, nothing to say?
I don't know. You can say something.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. So we've already been using the money for 2 months, so I do hope you approve it because I would hate to have to pay it back. our budget year starts like the city's on October 1st. But anyway, I think, everything that's in the contract is what you approved during the budget process. So hopefully you will approve the contract now. Any questions that I might be able to answer?
Tom?
I'm the city representative to the CVB, and our convention and visitors bureau is probably one of the best in the state of Texas. And I will say that we have in Ernie Leffler probably the best executive director of a CVB for cities our size, and I'd say larger. They do an amazing job in attracting visitors to our community. They are just top of the line professionals, and I'm proud to be associated with them, but we need to get snacks back.
Okay, we'll get snacks back at the board meeting. Well, thank you for that compliment. On behalf of the staff, I will accept it. And I also want to say on behalf of the hospitality community that does a great job, that allows us to market Fredericksburg and provide the product that visitors are looking for. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Kathy, any questions?
No questions.
Bobby?
No questions?
No, thank you. But I don't think that high praise is going to garner you a raise.
You already got it. I'll move that we approve the CVB's fiscal year 2022 budget and waive the second reading.
Second.
We have a motion, but now let me back up on that.
That's the one-year hotel occupancy tax agreement.
Right, but you said the budget.
Well, that's the agreement, okay, excuse me, the agreement for dispersing of hotel occupancy tax to the CVB and not their budget. We already approved that.
Okay, I have a motion by Tom.
Second.
Second by Bobby. Any further discussion? There being none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? There is none. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Going on to 8B, consider approval of the amendment to the city rules and procedures. Ken?
Mayor and Council, as you will know, the Council has previously adopted rules of procedure that, among other things, set out the conduct and operation of your council meetings. This evening, the Council is being requested to amend these rules of procedure based upon comments I've received from the Council over the last 2 weeks. I think you are well aware that recently there has been some disrespectful behavior displayed by a few citizens at our city council meetings. In fact, the mayor cautioned several of the citizens recently at our council meetings for that disrespectful behavior. This behavior has made it difficult for the city council to conduct their required business, which includes making some very important decisions in line to better the community. So before you this evening are some changes, again, that the council has suggested. There's two major areas of change that the council has discussed that are included in the amended rules that you have before you this evening. The first would allow a separate period for public comments. Basically, the council has indicated to me that they would like to have the continuation of public comments on agenda items at the beginning of the meeting, like we have done this evening on the STR moratorium, and anything on the agenda, the citizens would be allowed to continue to offer those comments as is without any changes at the beginning of the meeting. However, with any public comments on non-agenda items, the proposed change would move those towards the end of the agenda so that council could conduct their business on agenda items, including consideration of public input, and then get done with their business, and then citizens are welcome to continue appearing before the council and voice their comments and concerns about non-agenda items. So that's change number one. Change number two establishes some rules of decorum for the council meetings. A lot of cities have decorum, basically, that establish rules of behavior that the council expects for the citizens when they come to our public meetings. And we do not currently have those decorum policies. And so the council is being requested to at least consider the rules of decorum. So those are the major changes that are included in the proposed revisions this evening. And Mayor and Council will be glad to respond to any questions that you may have. Incidentally, City Attorney and City Secretary work together on these, so if you have any questions, I may need to refer to them on any of the drafted changes that are being proposed.
Questions? I'll start with you, Jerry. You're on the.
No.
No, okay. Bobby?
Daniel, on the decorum and debate, you had a chance to review the additional red line comments that were presented?
I have. I don't recommend all of them as written, but I reviewed it prior to being published.
Which ones would you not recommend?
Well, particularly the part that talks about no member of the public shall be permitted to, and it lists certain activities. My concern is that the way that it's worded, that may unintentionally, did you want to say something?
I took rewording to Shelley today.
Okay.
And I don't know if that's addresses, puts it in more parallel. Everything starts with the two now.
While you're reviewing that, I'll just comment. I've been on council several years, and previously we had public comment at the end of the meeting so that we could take care of the business of the city. As you've seen tonight, a number of city employees have had to stay late away from their families. We're paying overtime, and I would prefer that the business be taken care of, and then we can open it up to public comment that's not related to an agenda item. So I'm in favor of moving public comment not related to an agenda item to the end of the meeting. It was that way for years and years and years, and it wasn't until recently that we moved it to the front. Now back to my original question.
Okay. So I reviewed the revised language. It's still, I still have the concerns. Like for example, it says no member of the public shall be permitted to demonstrate for or against city council on any speaker, issue, or presentation. I think that you need to qualify that. I think if they do that in a peaceful manner, it's protected, and so you need to change that to prohibit. I think all of these really need to focus more on disruption of the behavior. If it's done in a way that's not disruptive to the conduct of the meeting, I think it's probably protected activity under the Constitution or under the First Amendment. So that's my concern. And additionally, there's a little bit of guidance we get from the legislature on in the Open Meetings Act. They added Section 551.007 a few years ago. And what it says is that the governmental body may not prohibit public criticism of the governmental body, including criticism of any act, omission, policy, procedure, program, or service. However, it does not apply to public criticism that is otherwise prohibited by law. That last section there has been interpreted. I mean, we don't have a lot to work on, but the interpretation has been that, statements that are defamatory or some of the other things that are listed in here, like may, incite a riot, things like that. That type of speech is not something that the public's entitled to do at the meeting under the Open Meetings Act. That's sort of a long way of saying I think we need to maybe
strike A through D.
Well, or if a council wants to use some type of language that in a similar fashion, I would recommend redrafting it to focus more on disruptive behavior, not on particular activities that could be, in certain circumstances, be appropriate, and in other circumstances wouldn't be appropriate.
Mm-hmm.
Mayor, that I would recommend that we adopt the council rules and procedures with the exception of Section 12, decorum and debate, and bring that item back to us after further study by staff.
Okay. So we're suggesting we adopt all the other parts of this except for.
Except for section 12, decorum and debate, and then, of course, the adoption would be to have a split public comment with public comment on agenda items at the beginning of the meeting and public comment on non-agenda and or other community items before the city manager's report. But the rest of it, I think it's fine. So can we do that?
Well, I do want to speak, for the 10 copies of the documents. Could there be something written in there that says after delivery to the secretary, that she would copy and email copies of them to us? Is that something that might be appropriate versus 10 copies?
I mean, that's totally at council's discretion, so maybe city secretary.
The issue I have with that is that sometimes we have speakers that will deliver, they'll have a document to present to the council.
That's true.
And when they present a document to the council, I would really like to get a copy of the document so I can see. Now, when we have petitions that are dropped off to the council, I don't think that we need to have 10 copies of petitions when we're not going to have, we'll read, we won't read them, but with other kind of documents. I know that Kimberly has, when she's given us VERS data, she's been very good about providing copies for the council. So I don't know that we need to, that we could ask that before the meeting, because a lot of people don't bring anything. They don't submit their comments before the meeting.
Well, I like the copies, but unfortunately, when I get the copy during the meeting, I certainly don't want to pay as much attention to that particular copy as while I'm trying to hear what the speaker is trying to address. So typically, my own personal opinion is usually I put the copy down, listen to what the speaker has to say, and then read the document, at a later date. And I think it's, it could be a waste of resource in paper. So like I said, my contention, now if someone wants to provide copies, 10 copies, I think that's appropriate, but to require it where we could have it disseminated through emails to us the next day would be as appropriate. So may provide instead of must provide. Daniel?
Okay.
Mayor, you may want to, this is provision I think that Shelley put in here. You might want to ask her why that is important.
Okay.
The reason why is because most of the time they are reading what they're saying, or that they give you copies and they refer to it in their comments. And so when you get 10 copies, then there's one for a permanent record and the rest for the rest of the city staff that need it at the time of their comments.
Well, and I think that's a valid point, but I would prefer the word may. If they want us to actually look at them, there's some statistics to look at, and they want to refer to those statistics, well, then we have that opportunity to look at them. But I think it's up to them to provide, may provide versus will provide, because if they don't provide them and they ask us to look at, we don't have it. That's just my suggestion, is to put may in there instead of must. I'll leave that up to council. So I think we're on track with everything, but leaving out section 12, from what I'm hearing, if that's the thought, and then my suggestion on May, everything is, I'm not, Jerry, have you made a comment yet on it? Oh, you did, you said everything looked good?
No.
Okay. Bobby, you had yours. Tom, anybody else on it?
I just wanted to say that when you say leave out section 12, you mean leave out the changes in the rest of the original part.
I believe that any changes to section 12 on decorum and debate will come back before the council. And that we specifically direct that the section 12 changes be placed on an agenda, a future agenda. And we can adopt those and add them to the council rules procedures.
Councilmember, are you putting that in the form of a motion?
Not yet.
Is that just a
Not yet.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
I think it was just from clarification for Kathy, is from what I was understanding. So without her, what's y'all's thoughts on the mayor mayor must?
I'm fine with it.
Which one, mayor must?
May's fine with me.
Okay, we got May.
I don't have an opinion either way, really.
Okay.
I'll go with Bobby on that.
Okay, so we can have an email copy would be
Yeah, if sufficient, if they may want to present those and have, the secretary will send out an email copy in a timely manner.
But then I think any kind, Shelley, when citizens give copies or give written copies, it goes into your permanent record for the city, is that correct?
Yes.
So if citizens do have something they want in the record, they will need to give you a written copy that evening. And then, so they must give the city secretary a copy, but then they may give an electronic copy to city council members.
If they want the city council members to have it, and they give me a copy and they want the council members to have it, then they'll need to let me know so I can scan it and send it to them.
Right.
Yeah. You said that.
But if they give it to you before the meeting, then you can provide it to council at the meeting. But if you just handed it at the meeting, it's going to be different. It would be better for us to get it in an email after the meeting or something.
Okay. I think we're on the same track, so if anybody wants to make a stab at the motion, not emotion. Tom? Give it a run.
I move that we adopt the council rules and procedures with the exception of section 12 on decorum and debate, and not and have a separate discussion on that section at a future council meeting, and that in the order of business on public comment, considering copies provided to the city, that a written copy be presented to the city secretary, and electronic or written copies can be provided to city council members and staff.
Could you clarify that you're only on section 12 decorum and debate, eliminating the new language provided to us? And we will take up some kind of language at another meeting rather than eliminate the entire paragraph.
Okay, amend my motion to, we will retain section 12 as written and revise, discuss revisions to section 12 at a future council meeting.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion by Tom and a second by Kathy. Any further discussion? There being none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed is none, the motion carries 5-0. Moving on to 8C, consider the approval of a temporary moratorium on new short-term rental STR permit application in R1 and R2 zoning districts. Who's going to speak to this?
I am.
Oh, okay, Kathy. Well, I see it's got your name there too.
Just like to make a few comments about this. I think it's, public is, it was pretty, the agenda item as posted was pretty short and not self-explanatory. So let me just make some comments and then get to how we might do this. Over the last several years, we have observed and lived through changes in the character of Fredericksburg, changes that have negatively affected the quality of life for residents. Part of the declining character is the increase in the number of short-term rentals or STRs in residential areas. We recognize the value of STRs to the tourism industry and our local economy. During 2020, for example, when COVID flourished, people preferred staying in STRs instead of hotels, we think, because they could distance more easily from other people and still have a much-needed getaway, long weekend away from home. But we have concerns about the negative effects of STRs in residential areas, and we have taken steps to learn more about this issue this past year. The city has experienced an increase in the number of STRs this year that have been issued permits. As of December 2nd, there were 768 permitted STRs in the city, with 104 permit applications in the queue to be reviewed. Of those 104, 94 applications are for new permits. The remaining about 10 are renewals, likely renewals. So within a 2-month period, we have received 94 new applications. This year, we have gone through a long process of day-long hearings, open meeting workshops, and staff and council member communication with anyone who desired to provide their concerns and advice. We have heard from both residents and STR owners, and we learned that the large number of STRs in Fredericksburg have served to undermine the health, safety, security, and the fabric of our residential neighborhoods. This item is on the agenda to consider a pause in the STR permit application process and give the council time to fully understand the latest draft ordinances proposed by city staff before making decisions on this important issue. The process will take some time. It will begin in January and likely include several meetings with staff and special public meetings. Based on the timeline Kent Myers gave us at the last meeting, we could be finished around April 1st, but that date is not absolute. It could change somewhat in either direction. This pause substantially advances legitimate government purposes, those being the requirement that we protect the safety, health, and general welfare of the city. We must be able to ensure healthy, stable neighborhoods. The continued proliferation of STRs, we have learned, undermines these purposes and harms the livability of our neighborhoods. Therefore, the city must attempt to bring a sense of order and ease to the community, to bring some affordability back to single-family homes, and to make our neighborhoods healthy again. This pause is the first action step to advance these legitimate government purposes. Now, I'm going to explain what I think a pause looks like, but all of these people will be deciding as well as I. So I don't know what the outcome is going to be. We haven't discussed it among ourselves at all, but I'm going to tell you what I think it would look like if we instituted this pause. First, it will affect only residential zoning districts. If you currently have an STR permit that is up for renewal during the pause, you may apply for a renewal. We can figure out a way to make that work, even though some people thought differently. If you have already filed an application for a permit, that permit review process will continue in the normal course of permit review under the current ordinances. So if you're in the queue, if you filed your application, it will be processed. If you have not applied for a permit, then you may not apply during this pause, but you can petition the city to review your situation and determine whether your status warrants an exception. In doing so, the burden will be on the property owner to prove through documentary and other evidence that he or she is entitled to apply for a permit. Thus, the city will review these petitions on a case-by-case basis. When the council has completed its STR-related ordinance review and revision, this moratorium will terminate, and thereafter, short-term rentals will be governed and regulated under the revised ordinances and procedures. I might add that a gentleman asked about whether this affected R1 family-owned and resided in homes that want to have a B&B. This does not address that. That issue will be addressed, in my opinion, when the council considers the staff's new proposals, amendments to current ordinances. So that's my vision of what this pause would be. I think it's fair. It gives everybody is currently close to having a B&B, at least make a case for themselves. So I'll just leave it at that to my comments.
Jerry?
We're not trying to take away your rights to ownership and things like this. We're not wanting to put you out of business. We know that there's been a lot of money put into these homes, and y'all are trying to recoup your money out of these homes. We're not trying to take that away from you. We're just trying to control this in the R1 district. Like, I agree with Mike and Ken and Kevin there that spoke, and Ray that spoke earlier, and a couple others. We want to keep the family values in the R1 districts zoning. You drive around, you can see, I mean, if the Alliance is doing all this, sorry to say, if the Alliance is doing all this, why do you always have these lights? I mean, there's lights everywhere. You can just drive down, you can tell who's the B&B. The lights don't go off at 11 o'clock. They stay on all night. I mean, you have fire pits out there that are dangerously close to fences. I mean, we have to have some rules and regulations. We're just trying to protect the neighborhoods and get some families back into these neighborhoods. If we need to take a little bit of time in order to look and make sure we get this right, this procedure right, then maybe a moratorium. I agree with Ken Carr on that, this moratorium might be the thing to do for a time period. It will not keep you from making it through the Christmas holidays. It will not prevent you from proceeding with your business. It's going to prevent the new ones down the road. Your grandfathered, and that's just the way everything is these days. We're not trying to put you out of business. We're trying to protect the neighborhood, bring some kids and families back into the neighborhoods, and make some of these places affordable. I talked to one builder contractor. He said I get $1,400 a month on my house. He said I could put it into a B&B or an STR and make $44,000 a year. He said, but that's not what I'm here for. We need to work on this R1, protecting the family operations and that here in town, and we have to do some rezoning. I think we need to do some rezoning in R2s to get them back into R1s. That's all I gotta say.
Tom?
In my opinion, a moratorium would not be good public policy for our community. Thank you.
Bye.
When we first started discussing STRs 6+ months ago, I was for a moratorium. Having been through several public meetings and listening to numerous opinions and having discussions on this item, I am not in favor of a moratorium at this time. I think it'd be more disruptive than it would be helpful. We have started down the road with these meetings. We've got changes to our ordinances that are currently in progress. We've hired an enforcement officer. I think we've done a poor job of enforcement throughout the years, and we're just now really getting that process working properly. I think we will probably need to increase the enforcement for STRs. I think we need to set a deadline for the work we're doing now. Our work with the STR Alliance. I'd be interested in hearing the economic the economic report they're doing, as well as I think we've had a good working relationship. Mr. Matt Curtis mentioned February the 3rd meeting. Is that when the economic report will be finished as well? The thing I don't want is for us to stretch this out for another 6-8 months. I would like to see it end before April 1st, if at all possible, have the new ordinances in place, and working with the STR Alliance to get their input. And if they'll self-govern, I think that would be a good move as well. This does not change my position, though, about STRs in the R1 district, R1 zones. I think we are losing the character of our neighborhoods, and that my opinion on that will never change. Neighborhoods are for families, for individuals, they're not for businesses. I know there's a fine line of how businesses or STRs are stated and through the legislation, but to me, they're still a business. You're charging, and making a profit on it, hopefully, if you're in the business. But I still think we're losing the character of our neighborhoods in the R1 districts. And I'd like to try to find a solution for that, but I'm against the moratorium at this time.
Thanks, Bobby. I appreciate Kathy and Jerry's desires and passion on this. And this is a balance act. We're not going to make either side 100% happy. I can tell you that right now. But I think we're on a course with all the information we've been getting that we're going to develop an ordinance that I think is going to not stop STRs, but it's going to hopefully improve neighborhoods. And I'm looking forward to that ordinance being put forward and continuing that work with the ordinance that we're continually working on. So at this particular point in time, as a moratorium, I would not be in favor of that. I agree with a lot of Bobby's statements, and I think it's very important for us to move forward and get in and have a timely time on this, and I think April is a reasonable time to come to a conclusion. There's been a lot of work by the Alliance, the STR owners, citizens of Fredericksburg. I've had emails and phone calls and visits, and I live in a neighborhood that probably isn't conducive to short-term rentals, but currently right now, if you wanted to put one there, you would have that opportunity to do that. So if someone would like to make a motion one way or the other on this, I'm happy to entertain one.
Mayor, I make a motion that we go out of regular session into executive session and receive legal advice regarding Texas Local Government Code, Chapters 211, 212, 214, and 245, and applicable Texas case law concerning enactment of a moratorium, vested development rights, and taking positions in the Texas Constitution, Article 1, Section 17. And I would also recommend that the council and staff vacate the room instead of having the audience vacate the room. Chief Wett said that we can go into his office.
Okay, I'll entertain a second.
I'll second.
Okay. I do have a discussion point. Are we going to go into executive session now or finish our business?
No, my suggestion would be for us to go into executive session for just this item, talk about it, come back out, and then vote on this agenda.
Okay. I have a motion and a second by Tom, a second by Bobby. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Oh, okay, we have a 5-0 motion. Do I need to read this? Okay. The council will recess in open meeting and reconvene in executive session with the pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551071, consult with an attorney. Receive legal advice regarding Texas Local Government Code 211, 212, 214, and 245, and applicable Texas case law concerning enactment of a moratorium vested in development rights and the taking of provision of the Texas Constitution, Article 1, Section 1, 17, subsection 551.071, subsection 2, I guess. I'll entertain a motion to go out of regular session into executive session.
Second.
We have a motion by Tom, a second by Bobby, all in favor? Aye. Motion carries 5-0. If y'all would take your seats, please. And if there's anyone out in the hallway, if somebody be kind enough to let them know. Okay, I'm gonna entertain a motion and go out of executive session back into regular session.
I move we go to executive back into regular session.
Have a motion by Jerry and a second by Bobby. Any further discussion? There is none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Yeah. Okay, motion carries 5-0. Okay, we're back at item 8C, consider the approval of a temporary moratorium on short-term rental STR permit applications in R1 and R2 zoning district. I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move that we institute a pause, as I described in my earlier comments, on the issuance of on the issuance of filing an application for STR permit.
If a motion, is that an adequate motion?
I prefer to be specified a little more, not relying on your earlier comments.
Thank you.
All right, well, you want me to just, I make a motion that we institute pause in the, filing of any new applications for an STR permit. If the party currently has an STR permit that is up for renewal, that during the pause, they may apply for a renewal. This pause would only concern, affect residential zoning districts. If you have already filed an application for a permit, that permit review process will continue in the normal course of permit review under the current ordinances. If you have not applied for a permit, then you may not apply during this pause, but you can petition the city to review your situation and determine whether your status warrants an exception to the pause. In doing so, the burden will be on the property owner to prove through documentary and other evidence that he or she is entitled to apply for a permit. Thus, the city will review these petitions on a case-by-case basis. When the council has completed its entire SGR-related ordinance review and revision, this moratorium will terminate, and thereafter short-term rentals will be governed and regulated under the revised ordinances and procedures.
Okay, we have a motion by Kathy. Do I hear a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a second by Jerry. Any further discussion? There being none, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Aye. Let the record reflect, ayes were by Kathy and Jerry, and the vote against was Bob, Charles, the mayor, and Tom Wilson. We need to entertain another motion.
Mayor, for the record, the motion failed, so there will be no moratorium.
Okay, good. That's why I wanted to be sure about the procedure. Very good, thank you. Moving on to 8D. Consider the award of the bid to Janet King for the janitorial services in the facilities, city facilities, in the amount of $119,275.19. Andrea Schmidt, Police Department. Better give them a second.
Okay, sure.
Well, hi, Andrea.
Hi, Jerry.
How you doing?
Fine, how are you?
How come are you always at the end?
That's Shelley.
Oh, she's getting all the big bucks. That's what it is. At overtime.
Okay, Andrea, I think everybody's about wanting to leave. It's just about out. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Tonight I'm bringing to you a contract for janitorial services here in the city. City Council approved additional funds in this year's budget across various departments to hire a janitorial company. This company is needed to help with some of the responsibilities of a city employee who is retiring after 50 years, and then also to clean some facilities that we currently don't have a janitorial plan for. We did only receive one proposal for this, and that was from Janet King.
The current pricing will be valid through September 30th of 2022. At that time, the contractor will try to keep the rates as close as possible. We will have a chance to rebudget during the budget process next year for 2023. These services will include an initial clean at several city facilities and additional regular cleaning. The regular cleaning will start January 1st, 2022. The contract is for about $5,000 less than what we budgeted for this year. So at this time, I'll answer any questions.
Bobby?
No questions.
Jerry?
No.
Tom?
No questions.
Kathy?
Bring your mic
None.
No questions.
Very good. Thank you. I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move to approve as presented.
Motion by Bobby and a second by Kathy. Any further discussion? There being none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? There is none. Motion carries 5-0. Going to sub 8E, consider the award of bid to Tuscany Pavers LLC for the pavers and the limestone replacement of marked plots in the amount not to exceed $300,000. Andrea Schmidt, Parks Department Director.
Hello again. This is the market plots paver replacement. These again were funds that we did budget during the budget process this year. These are to replace the pavers on Market Square that have been deteriorating over the years. The winter storm really helped speed that up, and they're in pretty poor condition and have created some trip hazards. We also have some limestone in various areas that are also in pretty poor shape that need to be replaced. We have $250,000 for the pavers and $50,000 for the limestone replacement. Tuscany Pavers was the only one that submitted a bid on time. So they'll be able to do approximately half the square in this first phase, and then we'll finish the rest next year in the following phase if funds are available to be budgeted. They will start working as soon as we give them the order. They'll place the order for the pavers, which should be here sometime in January, and then they're going to work around the special event schedule to try to get as much done as possible during the week so that the sidewalks can remain open on the weekends. So we should have this first phase done by the end of August 2022, if not sooner. So I'll answer any questions.
I have a question with, the pavers are concrete?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the limestone replacement, is this the limestone that is in the walkways?
Yes, correct. So, yes.
So here's the question that I have for the council. The limestone, depending upon what kind of limestone it is, some of it doesn't break and some of it flakes off because of weather. So I have questions as to whether we should start a program of replacing the limestone, the limestone that's in the ground with some other material like slate. But slate, I think, is much more expensive than.
Well, I did check into that option. I talked to John Klein actually earlier this year, and he had said that first of all, we wouldn't be able to find slate that would match the existing stone because we're not going to replace everything. We're only going to replace the parts that have issues. He said that slate is porous like the existing stone and would degrade from UV light. He thought that the best solution would be to replace the existing areas with dense limestones and then seal the stone surface each year before the freeze and thaw season.
Okay. I think we're going to have to be very particular about what kind of stone goes in there, because I know I've got if you've seen field stone, it's like I haven't seen any kind of damage to field stone, but then any kind of cut stone is flaking because of damage. So
they're going to treat it too. Y'all want to treat it every year before the.
Right, that's what his suggestion was, to help.
Seal it.
Correct.
Seal it, treat it, seal it.
The current limestone walkways, they've been there a long time.
Yes, as far as I know, some of them have been there since the 90s, yeah.
So, I mean, the durability of them it's going to go back to the maintenance of sealing. That's so critical.
Right.
Water penetration. That's where the real key is for longevity of these to continue. It's not from footwear.
Right,
We're
yeah,
only
so
working on the Main Street side first, the upper part.
that's where the pavers will be replaced first. The limestone is mainly in the back in the middle of the park. The worst area is back behind Adelsrhein Pavilion. That limestone is the worst damage. The parts over by Kinder Hall are actually fine. We don't have to replace any of that.
Okay. Kathy, anybody else? Any further questions? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
I move to approve the Tuscany bid for pavers and limestone replacement at market plots not to exceed $300,000.
Have a motion by Jerry, second by Bobby. Any further discussion? There being none, all those in favor? Aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Well, maybe we can do some fundraising and raise some more money and get some more.
Maybe so.
Moving on to 8F. Consider the award of bid of an Interpool Incorporated for the plaster replacement of both swimming pools for $210,000. Andrea Schmidt, again, I was going to say Texas Parks and Wildlife Parks Department. Almost got you up there. Thank you, Andrea.
Yes. This next one is to replaster both of our swimming pools. After the winter storm this past year, we had some damage to our pumps that went down. We couldn't get replacements. The water levels went down, as well as them sitting unbalanced for about 3 months. After we had everything replaced and up and working again, we did almost immediately notice once people got in the water that we had plaster damage. We did have an insurance company look at it, and they don't believe that the damage was caused by the winter storm. So we were kind of expecting that to an extent. So we did budget money in the budget this year, about $343,000. We did have an invitation for bids earlier this year. We had 3 that came back from $210,000 up to $397,000. We did check out the low bidder, check the references. They've done quite a bit of work in the area, including New Braunfels and Johnson City, and everything checks out. They would order their materials if they get the bid tomorrow, start working early 2022 and be finished by April 30th, so we can still get ready for opening day, Memorial Weekend, as long as we have staff. So at this time, I'll answer any questions.
Andrea, can you tell us why is this a typical insurance company just doesn't want to pay? Or is it, I mean, why did they say that it wasn't, why did we feel it was due to winter storm damage?
Well, we feel like it was due to the damage because it happened almost immediately after the winter storm damage. We also, the companies that were all at the pre-bid meeting, they all said they thought it was caused by the winter storm damage. The person that gave us the original bid, he said they thought it was original storm damage. All of our staff thinks it's from storm damage. The problem is nobody's willing to put it in writing because they didn't see the pool prior to the storm other than staff. So unless we can find an independent third party that'll come in and put it in writing, the insurance company won't relook at it.
That saves them $300 and...
Right.
And they're going to do the entire pool, not just the parts that were...
Correct. They're going to redo everything but the baby pool at Lady Bird. It was the only one that wasn't damaged. It had a different type of surfacing in there, so it was not damaged. So they'll redo everything else, though. Originally, we had planned to replace all the tile, but all of the companies said, let's wait, let's not replace the tile, let's get in there and do the work, and then if we find tile damage, we'll do that as change orders, which is why this is so much under budget than what we originally thought.
Are they what kind of warranty are they doing on that?
So it's 3 years, I think, on labor and 10 years on the plaster itself. Now, like he told us, the plaster company is going to look for any and every reason not to pay out on a warranty.
Come hell or high water.
Right.
Okay.
Or freeze.
Or freeze.
Okay.
Or freeze.
Good report, Andrew. Any other questions? If not, I'll entertain a
No, I move to approve the bid from Interpool Incorporated to plaster both swimming pools for $210,000.
Second.
Have a motion by Jerry, second by Bobby. Any further discussion?
Yes, if you will be sure and document.
Will do.
With pictures and videos.
Sure, we can do that.
Thank you.
Tom will come pose in a swimsuit.
Yes.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed. There's none. Motion carries 5-0. Moving on to G, consider award a bid to CXT Concrete Building for the purpose of restroom shower for the Lady Bird Johnson Park in the amount of $238,856. Andrea Schmidt,
Parks Department Director.
This is the last one. If you remember, we budgeted last year for a new restroom at Lady Bird. That one did come in. It was replaced. I don't know if you've had a chance to go look at it yet, but it's a really nice facility. This is the second of the two we were going to replace. This is a smaller restroom down located closer to the pool. It's a slightly smaller facility, but this one has 4 independent shower and restrooms. This is also the same company, so it will match the other restroom facility. Pre-built, will be brought in by a crane. What's nice about these facilities is we get questions, people ask, if there's a tornado or bad weather in the area, where are they supposed to go? And we haven't had anywhere to tell them. These are actually rated for F4 tornadoes. So we do have somewhere to send people now out of the RV park. And this one did as well come in under budget at $238,000. The extra funds will be used to put in some heating systems and sidewalks and miscellaneous. Yes.
Good idea.
Are we doing the demo?
Yes, we'll do the demo.
Okay. Yeah, well, what that camping brings out there in revenue, it's well worth it. And, no, and they're bad, so. I move to approve the CXT concrete building restroom and shower quote for LBJ Park for $238,000 to
$856.
what?
$856.
238,856. Okay.
I'll second.
I have a motion by Jerry and a second by Bobby. Any further discussion? There being none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? There is none. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Good night, Andrea.
Thank you.
Going to 8H, receive a presentation on the emergency medical services billing. Lynn Bizzle, Fire Chief. I'm sorry, I was thinking about what you said.
Yes, sir. Good evening, Mayor and Council, once again. Currently, we do in-house billing for all of our EMS invoices that we send out for responses to emergencies. Due to the increased call volume that we've received, especially over the last year, probably be by the time the end of the year is up, because that's when our year is up, we'll have an additional 1,000 calls this year. But that volume, it is very difficult for our current in-house personnel to take care of that. So in reviewing our options that we have for billing our invoices, we reached out to other departments across the state to see what they do. And many of those do contract billing through a service that provides that service to their communities and their EMS services and fire services. So what we're proposing, and what I'll do is I'll introduce Brent Stovall with Emergicon to kind of go over what that contract would look like, and then at some point in the future, this is just a presentation tonight, we would like to bring this back for additional discussions. So I'll introduce Brent.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Brent Stovall. I'm the Director of Client Development for Emergicon. We're a Texas-based company. We only work in the state of Texas. We only work with municipalities, ESDs. We will not take on a private service. We have about 170 clients in the state. We've been in business for 15 years, so we're a small company. We are based in Terrell, Texas, is where our brick and mortar is. So, anytime we have someone calling about a bill or a question or whatever, they're calling to Terrell, Texas. So we don't outsource any of our services. We do everything in-house. So that's just kind of the overview of our company. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Kathy, I'll start on my left.
Thank you.
Tom?
Okay, so currently, I guess I'm going to ask you and the chief, and I guess Kent. Currently, we have a billing clerk.
Correct.
Okay, and she's in charge of all EMS billing.
Correct.
And so she's not going to be billing. You're going to take over all that.
Right.
So have we had a discussion about what happens to her? Is that not appropriate tonight? So we'll talk about that.
No, I think we can talk about that. So when you talk about the billing process, there's a lot of information that must be gathered from each bill. If one of our medics forgets to get paperwork signed at the emergency room, or we have to internally track that down. Obviously, they can't do that. So what her emphasis will be is to shift to gathering that information and to making sure that what we send them is accurate and current, and they can contact those individuals that are getting the bill, because people move from addresses to addresses, and so tracking that down is a major portion of that.
So that's going to be part of your responsibility, is when Jerry Jones moves from apartment 6 down the street, you're going to be after Jerry Jones, trying to get him to collect.
Correct. We'll use your current staff. She'll be a liaison for us. So if we're missing paperwork or we're needing something, she'll be the liaison for our billing staff to go back and get that information, to help get that information for us.
Okay, she provides the information, you provide the muscle.
Or the bill. I don't know if I'd say muscle, but yeah.
Can you give me an idea if some in your service, does your revenue increase because of your service?
Yes, sir. Right now you have one staff member billing about what's going to be about 3,000 transports. We're going to have 6 that will be doing that same job for you. So it's much more robust. Did that answer your question? Well, I guess it really didn't. So
that's correct.
Yeah. So when we take on a client, our average when we take on a client, whether they've been with another billing service or been doing it themselves, it's about a 30% increase is our average.
Okay, good.
So y'all bill Medicare, Medicaid, insurance, and all them?
Absolutely.
And do the collection too?
So we do soft collections. We don't do hard collections.
Soft collections.
Soft collections would be trying to find the correct payer. We can send information out to them, ask them for insurance. We can set them up on payment plans, do things like that. But as far as like a true collection service that you're going to threaten credits and so forth and so, that we don't do that work.
Would we retain that? I mean, could we retain that right if we have to go after somebody?
I think the plan's, council member, is to retain the current collection service we have. Right. Which, again, they send out the attorney letters. They're the ones that can eventually take people to court if we decide to go that route.
Contact Guido.
Yeah.
Contact Braxton.
The other thing, benefit of using this kind of service, I think we briefly mentioned, the majority of our calls are billed through Medicare and Medicaid. And here we have a company that's very well versed in those regulations. They're changing constantly. It's hard for our one employee to kind of keep up with all those changes and make the appropriate billing, based upon those changes. So they bring a lot of knowledge and expertise to the table that I think will be really useful to us.
Fine with me.
No questions.
Proceed with it.
Good presentation.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I consider the approval of the implementation of the salary survey conducted by Evergreen Consultant Tammy Locke, Human Resource Director.
Good evening. I think I'm the last person. That's exciting for y'all. I do our presentation. If y'all are bored of it, I'll be happy to answer questions first, but just kind of the background of the salary survey. It started a couple of years ago to workshop. The police department was the first one to bring up a step pay plan for them, and then suggested we do a salary survey. Then about a year later, we were seeing lots of retirements and turnovers, and they again suggested we do a salary survey and a step plan. At that meeting, one of the council members decided suggested we should do the entire city instead of just one department. So lots has happened in the last couple of years. So about 7 months ago, fire, EMS, police, and I got together because we were still having retention issues and we need to hire a lot of new people, start looking at stipends and different ways to encourage people to apply for us. And again, the step pay plan came up. So at our work session in August, we put it back on the agenda. Y'all agreed to do it. So we contracted with our prior consultant, and that's when it started. So I thank you for taking the patience, letting us take the time to get it done. We believe it's really correct this time. It's good and up to date, so I appreciate that. So obviously the purpose of the salary survey was just to check and see where our pay scales fall and if our current pay grades are appropriate, to look at the positions that people do, their job duties, make sure the titles are correct in there, and be sure that the pay grades reflect those positions. And then so we were able to choose 12 cities that we wanted to be compared to and 2 utility companies. These are the cities that we used. It's the same cities we used when we did the salary survey in 2016. We didn't get answers for every single position from every single city, but we did get a lot of good answers for about 35 positions. And then the police step pay plan is the first one on the slideshow. So this pay plan has 5 different grades or 5 different ranks of the police, and then 15 different steps. The 5 grades, the cadet is someone that's in a police training academy that lasts about 6 months. The probationary period.
Interrupt you. For those of you that can't see the little numbers on the screen, these are on page 120 of your packet, if you want to turn to that. Thank you. Thank you.
The probationary period is when a cadet graduates from the academy. The first 6 months they're at Fredericksburg Police Department, they're on probationary period. It's also for any transfer police officers that come in from a different department. And then the patrol officers, detectives, and school resource officers are all on the same pay grade. That corporal position is not a position we have right now, but that's something they want to, in the future, as the department grows, that's a position that we kind of saved that spot for. And then the sergeant, we have 7 different sergeants right now, so they all fall into that category. The step pay plans, each year's considers a 2.5% increase across the board. Okay, and then the probationary period each step is 1 year. It signifies 1 year of service, except the probationary period, each step is 2 years. So the intent, part of the intent for that is if a transfer police officer comes from a different department, they don't come in making more than our current police officers make. So those transfer employees are capped at the 6-year mark.
Tammy, if an individual is already here, like on the screen before, if they're at 10 years and they're not making the amount that's shown here, they're automatically put at that amount then?
No, we didn't do that. Braxton looked at putting everyone in their exact pay grade, how many years they'd been here, but it was a very, very large number. So the way they assigned a pay, am I answering the right thing? You ought to look at me. Okay, so the way we assigned that, what we did was to look at their current salary, and instead of moving them up to how many years they've been here, we moved them 1 step up. So like, I have an example on the fire, to make it affordable, and so that everyone would see a pay increase, we take their salary and just move it 1 step higher. So it doesn't mean a 12-year officer is at the 12 years. He may be at a 7-year, but he'll still see a pay increase. And that was just to keep it cost effective. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I agree. The entry level, obviously, sorry. Braxton Raymer, Police Department. So the entry levels are obviously larger steps because the entry level is going to be $56,000 and the starting level now currently is $49,000. So, but for the most part, we did try to place them logically in relation to each other because we could not afford to place them exactly on the step plan based on their years of service.
One thing I wanted to add on the, before we get off the police pay plan, our main competition over the last 5 years or so have been the cities of Bernie and the city of Kerrville. And so unfortunately, Bernie is raising their salaries again, my understanding, is that right? So we will not be exactly at the level of city of Bernie, but I think we'll still be close enough to where our officers will probably not leave in order to go to another city and get more money. So I think we'll be very competitive with Bernie and Kerrville if you adopt this pay plan.
So when do we ever get up to these levels that are here with the individuals? I mean, if they've been here 7 years and they're at a 4-year level, know what I'm saying?
Right.
How do you get them up if you're going to do this step plan?
Well, the intent is from each year forward now, they will move up one step. So each year they'll recognize some kind of increase in pay, not necessarily to their full extent, but they will see an increase of 2.5%.
So it'll always be a year behind where they should be, according to the steps.
Or more?
Yeah. We'll look at that next year.
I don't know how to address this, but it does make me feel real comfortable when city manager says we might not lose them to Bernie. I mean, is there any...
Let me just clarify that, because a lot of this is based upon their residency. And again, it gets back to affordable housing. If they can find a more affordable house in Bernie at the same and get paid the same salary as in a more expensive house in Fredericksburg, then they're going to tend to live in Bernie. The other thing we compete with Bernie is spouses tend to have employment in the San Antonio area where the officers can work in Bernie, and the spouse will have a job nearby.
Seems like we should do everything we can to keep them here. And if we can't keep them here because of their spouse, that's not something we can control. Or because they can't find a place to live, that's something we try to control, but we're having a hard time. We can control how much we pay them. And it seems to me we should be paying them the same wage that a city as close as Bernie is paying their police force. So I don't know what that would mean to the budget, but otherwise, I don't think we thought it through enough.
But didn't you say we're really losing them in the first 3 years?
We are. So the starting salary here, sorry. So the starting salary here is $56,000, and that's what Bernie is going to is $56,000. That's going to be their starting salary.
Okay.
The difference is, though, obviously the cost of living differences between the two cities are not the same, especially commuting from San Antonio is much easier for Bernie than it is for Fredericksburg.
So we are paying them the same as Bernie then?
Competitively, as far as wages, we're competitive. I mean, if we're looking at cost of living differences, then that would be something else.
So we could add a cost of living element?
We do that every year.
We do it with a COLA, yes. And the COLA would apply also to the STEP program.
Okay. Yeah, we want to, I think that's important. The COLA is completely separate. So, for example, if you give a 2% COLA increase next year, all these numbers will go up 2%.
Well, the schedule that we're proposing to adopt is a schedule that increases salaries 2% per year over time. Just you're a police officer in this community. This is what, and you stay in that position for 5 years. This is what you can expect to earn in year 5.
That's correct.
That's kind of like being a school teacher. With the salary schedule, if you've got a master's degree, you're going to earn this much more money. And if you're at 20 years, you're going to earn this much more money. And our starting policemen are at the 20-year teacher rate. So
I do think, no matter what happens in the future, if you decide to look at it further, getting something in place is the right thing to do, and it gives us a starting point, and we can always look at things as they progress.
Well, I think, as the mayor has, and others have said so often, we are blessed with the people that provide services in every department that we have in the city of Fredericksburg. We've got very good employees, and we need to keep those very good employees. And so, in public policy, it all boils down to the 5 of us up here and senior staff coming to some decisions about where the money's coming from. Okay, but I think the first step in this process is the commitment that to the people that make our community what it is. Okay, we are committed to providing a living wage, and we'll find the money in the various sources that we have. So that's kind of my opinion about what we need to do.
Okay, are there any other questions on the police pay plan before we get into fire EMS?
No.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, you sit down, Braxton.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Okay, so the fire and EMS plan is really similar to that. Fire and EMS will be on the same pay scale. We're not doing separate ones for each of them. They have 4 grades, 4 ranks, and then 15 positions also. Also, each of those increments, those steps are 2.5% each year also. So that's the merit, and they will also, if we do a cost of living raise, they will also qualify for that. So their levels in your packet, this is page 119. So in your packet, there is one mistake. I show firefighter, then a driver operator, and then an open position. That open position is actually the captain, and then next is an open position. So the open position they want to do is a battalion chief. After the department grows and we have more employees, and there's room for people to move up. So I just want y'all to know that those pays are different.
So the future position is captain, and captain is battalion chief?
Right.
Okay.
Any other questions?
So to be on the step pay plan, they have to be both fire certified and EMT certified. So we have a couple employees right now that don't have both their certifications. So those employees will stay on the open range plan, but they intend to get everyone certified, dual use certified, so they will be on the step pay plan. Once you do get your advanced EMT certification, we're in the cost that we have calculated. It includes a $2,400 annual stipend that will be paid out throughout the entire year on their paychecks. And then if you have a paramedic certification, they get a $4,800 stipend. So that's starting pay on the firefighter. If they're a paramedic also, it would actually be $60,000. And we did the same thing here where everyone was moved up not to their exact years in service, but one step up from where they currently are. So there were a couple of exceptions on both police, fire, and EMS. If someone in a higher rank was making less than they would in their lower rank, they may have jumped 2 steps or something. So there's a couple of exceptions in there, but for the most part, everyone moved up 1 step from where they currently are.
So is the merit and the COLA, are they still part of the salary? Or that goes away with the step plan and that?
With the step plan, then,
Because you show merit savings here of 148,000.
so that's with the open range plan also for the other employees, but anyone that isn't receiving at least a 2% increase due to the salary survey will still get that 2% as a merit raise. So part of that merit savings is shown as savings because they're doing the salary survey instead. So the money is still being spent, but it's just being spent as to a salary survey instead.
So the total impact to the budget would be 200,
The 240,000 is to the general fund. So on the last page of y'all's agenda packet, it breaks it out by each department. And these are estimated. I can tell you that there were many hours spent calculating what was budgeted, what it's going to cost. So these are not, of course, exact, but they're as close as we think we can get. I do think there'll be some additional savings in the fire department because of the way that they're paid. We didn't calculate all of their budgeted overtime hours. So I think there'll be an additional $40,000 to $50,000 saved in the fire department also.
So I have a question. When we were over talking to the water department, David, I think.
With David?
Was it David we were talking with, I think? Told us that he had some job openings because he couldn't get employees because our hourly wage was lower than Walmart's. And these guys coming in are looking to make the money. They're not necessarily concerned right then about long-term benefits. So does this address our competition?
It does. I got that question from a lot of you, and I agree. Our entry-level positions were very, very, very low paid. And so what our consultant did was all the pay ranges that we have, they increased of 7%. So the employees that started at our current pay range, if they've only been here for less than a year, they're going to pretty much see the 7% increase right now because they're going to new pay grade. And I did look, I have that, our crew workers is an entry-level position, and every one of them is getting a pay increase. I do have an average here. I don't have it. I think it's sitting on my desk, but that's one position that I looked at closely to make sure that they were where they should be and that they all were going to recognize some kind of increase. Most of those crew workers also, every position is assigned a pay grade, and that pay grade determines what your pay range is. And every one of those crew workers was also raised up at least one pay grade. So some of them, I think the average, not the average, but the pay increases that I was like $1,900 up to $4,500. So some of them will see a significant increase for what they're getting right now.
To address Kathy's issue here, Kent, I think we need to be aware. I mean, it's very difficult to compare a city of Fredericksburg employee to, say, a Walmart employee. And here's my rationale for that. Let's say that a city of Fredericksburg employee is, I'm going to pick some numbers, they're making $17 an hour, and a Walmart employee is making $21 an hour. Okay, well, that Walmart employee then, out of his $21 an hour gross, is paying withholding tax, he's paying FICA tax, he's paying his medical insurance, whereas the city of Fredericksburg employee, the only deduction, if this is correct, the only deduction is going to be withholding because as part of his pay plan, doesn't he receive?
We withhold Social Security. It's part of the Social Security system too.
Right, but okay, but how about all the other, he receives the city benefits in addition to his hourly wage?
That's correct.
So I think if you, overall, I think it would be wise for us to be able to say, we pay this per hour, but in actuality, this is in the open market, this is what it would be.
But the point he was making was that the employee that they're looking to hire is going to go to Walmart because right now that employee wants to know how much money he's going to take home in his paycheck. He doesn't really care about his retirement at this point.
Okay, but the issue here that I've got is that employee, if he's looking at, here's what we're going to, here's your net amount at the end of the day. In many cases, since we're paying benefits on top of a base salary, could the net amount be a wash?
It could be. I mean, I agree with what you're saying, Councilmember, but I also understand what Councilperson O'Neill is saying. We're in a very competitive situation. It's part of the national labor market that we're dealing with. When Walmart and H-E-B get their salaries above what we're paying for our lower level employees, we've got to be seriously concerned about that. So I think for those particular employees, what we need to do is look at those on an annual basis now and make sure that we remain competitive, because I think we're going to see that competitiveness even increase in the future as the labor market gets more and more tighter. Those lower level employees are going to be making more in the service sector than they are working for cities. So I think what we have today is maybe just a starting point for those positions, and we got maybe next year when we start developing the budget, we've got to look again at those employees, and I think we're committed to do that.
Okay, I agree with that, but I also think it might be in our best interest too, is to have the data that this is what we're paying, this is what Walmart's paying, or this is what somebody else is paying.
I agree.
And what's the net?
Yeah.
And because we need to be able to keep up with the net. If we're not, then we're going to lose.
And that's
in the line for.
Well, that's true. And you'll notice we didn't include Walmart in our salary survey. For those positions, since those employees are moving, we've got a lot of people changing jobs now, and we've got to keep those people working for the city. And so we've got to probably include those in future salary surveys as our local employers, and making sure that our entry-level positions stay competitive. I mean, we're competing with the nursing homes, we're competing with supermarkets, the retail, the restaurants, everything at that level of salary. And they're all raising their salaries, and in order to get workers in the door.
Okay, I think we beat that one pretty good. Thank you, Tammy. Oh, yeah. I would consider, consider the approval. I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move to approve as presented by Tammy.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Bobby and a second by, I hate to say it, Jerry beat you to it, Kathy.
Oh, it's okay.
Any further discussion? There been none. All those in favor? Aye. Aye. Opposed? There is none. Motion carries 5-0. City manager report.
Okay, Mayor and Council, I know the time is late, so I'll be very brief. Just 3 items of the city manager's report this evening. First off, wanted to remind the council and the public that we will have a special city council meeting 2 weeks from tonight on December 20th at 5 o'clock. This special meeting is necessary because some of the items that were previously on the agenda were not properly noticed to the property owners involved. And so we have notified those property owners and met all the requirements of state law. And so we need to redo those items on December 20th at 5 o'clock. So that will be a special meeting. We'll adjourn the special meeting and then have our regular meeting at 6 o'clock. Any questions on that? Okay, moving on to the next item, we have a need for 1 or more work sessions in January. This is due to just a number of policy-related issues that have kind of stacked up over the last month or two. And I sent out an email to the council last week identifying some of those policy issues. We, of course, have the continued discussion on the STR ordinance, and you may want to do that at a separate work session. But the other items we're recommending that you consider at a work session in January possibly are what the council's annexation priorities will be for 2022. We have some recent activity related to our hotel conference center, so we would like to have a discussion and work session on the possibility of a new request for proposals for the hotel conference center. We would request council discussion and direction on whether or not you want to have a bond election in 2022 for either the street improvements that you've recently been briefed on, or the new public safety building that we are currently in the process of hiring an architect to design, whether the council wants to look at a bond election in November next year for those 2 projects. The staff of the Parks Department has recommended we discuss revisions to our special event policy. And then the last item the mayor added last week is we need some sort of final resolution to the relief route. And whether that's a separate work session with the council or maybe a joint work session with the county, that relief route issue is still kind of hanging out there, and the mayor wants to have some type of discussion on that. So those are kind of the items we've listed so far for a work session. And I just need, do you want some direction from the council? First off, would we want to have the STR ordinance discussion in a separate work session? I would assume so. And
I think so.
Absolutely.
okay. And do you want to do that before you have the work session on the other items? What is kind of your priority at this point?
I would say yes. We want to do that as soon as possible.
Well, before we get to the STR, I think it would be important, and I've asked for a fact sheet. I think it'd be very important, but prior to that meeting for us and to understand more what's actually in the proposed ordinance. As I said before, when I read this, it just gets too overwhelming. So if we can move forward on that, I would hope.
Well, I think, Jason, in talking to you, you were prepared to provide all that information prior to the Christmas holidays, so we can, is that correct?
Yes, we do have a fact sheet and kind of a matrix of all the changes, kind of each version. I've been holding off on putting that out because we're still trying to fine tune our last few tweaks to this. So I'd like to get all that done. I'd hate to have multiple fact sheets out there on the different versions.
But I don't think we need it before the Christmas holidays. I think prior to the meeting would be sufficient.
Okay.
Don't rush it. We want it right.
Okay, so we want to pick out some dates in January for two work sessions, I guess, one on STRs and one on a variety of other topics. And are you all comfortable with talking about some dates now, or you want me to just send out a?
Yeah, anybody leaving? Bobby, you're about the only one that goes anywhere.
Sure you're not going to fix it?
I will be out the last week, the 24th.
Okay.
Where are you looking at? First part of January?
Well, we have the council, I don't have.
Second week?
Yeah, well, here.
We have our council.
Here.
So council meeting on the 3rd and the 18th.
Okay, so what about the 10th?
3rd and the 18th.
So January 10th is the Mondays, the second Monday?
Second Monday, January 10th.
No, second council meeting is the 18th.
Okay, and then
The 10th. I'm open for that.
The 3rd and the 17th of the council meetings, right?
3rd and 18th.
Why?
Martin Luther King Day.
Oh, come on.
It's a national holiday.
Come on, Kathy.
January 10th, so you want to do STR on January 10th?
Yeah.
Is that agreeable to the council?
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll send out the draft. Well, there's no need to wait. As soon as we staff gets it ready, we'll send it out.
Yes.
You can have it as many weeks as possible. We'll also, talking to Jason today, we'll also post that on the city's website and send it out to STR Alliance and anybody that wants to review that new draft. And then, so we'll schedule that for January 10th. I assume you want to have it at the the University Center if it's available.
Are you talking about the STR?
Yeah,
Just Rosenborg, here or there?
University Center.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you said that. Oh, yeah.
Okay. So University Center, STR, work session on January 10th, okay? And
Is it available?
I will confirm tomorrow.
Check in and find out.
Will you ensure that, Kent, will you ensure that those people representing the residents also get a copy
We'll
of it?
put press releases out, we'll do all sorts of publicity. Anything specific?
You just said we'll make sure the SDR Alliance gets a copy of it.
Well, it's because once we give them a copy, they disseminate it to a lot of other people. It saves us a lot of time to.
Okay, how about if we do the same with the resident?
Yeah, you tell me who to send it to and I'll be glad to
Send it to David Turpin at
Okay.
Heritage School.
David Turpin, okay.
And what time was the?
I mean, it's going to be posted, so it'll be on the website. We can do a press release. I mean, just.
Well, you know, if you're going to do it for the SDR Alliance, Bobby, you should probably do it for the other.
No, I'm not disagreeing. I'm just saying it will be posted as a public meeting. So.
Yes.
Time 6?
County meeting too.
You want 6 o'clock?
I don't know, I
No,
haven't
I don't
heard
know.
none yet.
We haven't heard.
Good.
6 o'clock?
That gives everybody a chance to get off work.
Okay, that's the January 10th. Is there any other dates in January that might work for a second work session, or you want to maybe push those back to February?
Let's see how the first one goes.
Okay.
Oh, I'm for the remainder. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because usually our council agendas are light in January.
You want to do it on the 31st?
Yep.
What? January 31st?
It's all our money, no money like football.
And so what is that meeting for? I'm sorry, I was too.
Well, right now we have about 5 items that are listed that, for discussion. We'll probably
those
need to
5 items.
we'll probably need to narrow that down. Well, we probably will not be able to do the special event policy, but so.
Same place, same time?
Here, probably here.
Here?
Yep. Or would you prefer it here or the Cardinal Room?
Bye.
Here or the Cardinal Room?
Here.
Here.
Okay.
What time?
6 o'clock.
At night?
Okay, first. 31st.
But you know, they'll be here.
Okay,
You'll be back.
yeah, 31st, yeah. It's here.
We got a day off on the 24th.
Okay, I think we got council direction on that one, and everybody will mark those dates on your calendar, and we'll get to work. Okay, so the last item under the city manager's report, I wanted to make the council aware, we've had a lot of discussions, Tammy and myself and the fire chief, Justin Calhoun, David Young, on the shifts for our fire and EMS department employees. There's a lot of departments around the state and country moving from a 24-48 schedule, which is basically, 1 day on, 2 days off, to a 48-96 schedule for fire and EMS. So basically, they would work 2 full days, and then they would have 4 days off. It offers a lot of advantages for our employees, particularly those who commute to work. They would commute a lot less because they only come to work once every, basically once a week. And it is supported by we polled the members of our police, our fire and EMS department, and they almost unanimously support the change in that shift schedule. So we would like to move to that schedule effective January 1st. It doesn't require any council action or anything, but we wanted to at least brief the council on that and see if you had any questions or concerns. Justin Calhoun is here. He's probably more familiar with this schedule than anybody, and so if you have any specific questions, I think Justin can answer those questions better than I can.
Justin, I have a question. Assuming we're gonna have another ice storm, and these folks are on 48 hours, they'd be working long and hard hours in the first 24. What's the timeline for relief for those guys? Because they may be just flat worn out.
That's correct. And Chief and I have talked about this moving forward. In the event of a long duration event like that, we'll probably move to a 12-hour on, 12-hour off schedule for those employees. And that's a temporary assignment just to get through a large event like that.
Okay, good.
So Justin, my question is, there will be no degradation in service that we currently have?
No, sir, not at all. In most cases, most cities that move to it, they say they actually see an improvement in service.
And we also think it'll help us in our recruitment. We're as you know, we're adding 6 positions January 1st, and people we've talked to seem to be very supportive. Potential hirees seem to be very supportive of this change, and I think it will help us in our hiring process.
I think it's a great idea.
Oh, and Kent, are you going to send out an email to council on the special meetings that we just agreed to tonight? Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Chief Bizzle's back here also, if you have any questions?
Sounds good.
Does that include you, Chief?
No.
No.
Good.
24/7.
Okay.
Good deal. Thank you. Okay, items for future agenda.
Hey, Mayor Council, as you know, traditionally we try to keep the last council meeting of the year live, our last regular meeting, unfortunately 2 weeks from now, 6 o'clock. So you can see on page 121 of your agenda packet, we have just a few items that have come through the planning and zoning, or will be coming through planning and zoning commission this week, and it will require council action to regular meeting on the 20th. And of course, do the second reading on the fire pit. We will wait to do the noise regulations until January. And everything else is basically on the planning and zoning commission agenda for this week. So we'll have a pretty light agenda for these days.
Great.
Sure.
Jason's still here. If you have any questions on any of the items under public hearing for that meeting, or any of the planning and zoning commission items?
No. Questions?
Nope.
I guess the zoning changes, that's going to P and Z this week? Is that the Spraggins 1100 block, is that farther down toward?
It's further down towards 16 near Homewood Lane. There's that one, and then there's the Feller property behind Sutherland's. Okay. There's two on there. The Feller property was withdrawn. They're actually they're looking at rezoning a portion for development, but they've got some concerns. They're actually going back to the landowner to see if he'll partner in to redo all of that zoning.
Oh, is that the 1100 Friendship Lane?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. All right. Council comments. I'm going to start with the lady on the group. Kathy?
Oh,
we can come back to you.
Definitely.
Okay. Tom?
There's been a lot of talk of decorum in in council meetings, and how the city council members haven't been listening to the public, and I don't believe that that's an accurate statement. Just because the city council disagrees with a position that people bring before us, doesn't mean that we're ignoring it. There's been quite some talk tonight about how the city council has ignored the public's views on the American Rescue Funds. Well, I look at that as being totally wrong, from the standpoint that we had a vote. We took a vote. We decided as a council we are going to use American Rescue Funds for a variety of things. So this is not ignoring what the public says. We just have, this is a public policy difference. Okay. We have people that don't want the city to use American Rescue Funds. The council has decided that yes, we are going to use American Rescue Funds. I think I understand the concerns that people might have, that people do have with restrictions of free speech. I don't believe that any of us were sitting up here were ever invoking a clear and present danger standard from the public as far as decorum. It disturbed me very greatly to have a member of the public stand at that podium and call me a Nazi. I'm a historian. I understand what National Socialism was in Germany from 1922 until 1945. Because I have been called a communist, and at Sutherland's, I guess, because of actions that we have been taking on the council, and I'm sitting here going, How can I be both a Nazi and a communist? I think that somebody needs to go back to school and study their isms. But sometimes I think people need to sit back and they need to take a deep breath, and they need to understand that the elected officials in this community, the staff hired by the elected officials in this community, are doing the best job that they can. And I would venture to say that the elected officials in this community, the public in Fredericksburg, at least in my case, is sure getting their $550 a month worth. And for everybody that's a department head, for everybody that that drives a truck or is standing in a broken water main in the middle of February when it's 28 degrees out, the public's getting their money's worth from those people too. We have a great community. You know, I think that we have to move forward. I respect the public. I respect the Constitution of the United States. I respect the Constitution of the state of Texas. I take my oath of office as a public official very seriously. I am indignant when people constantly say that I'm violating my oath of office. I've never violated my oath of office as a public official. I've never violated the oath that I took as a teacher in the state of Texas. And if you have a problem, if you think I have, then you are free to call and we can sit down and we can have a cup of coffee and you can explain to me why I have violated that oath of office. But until you do that, you know, you need to think about what you're saying in a public forum, because words do have repercussions, and that's all.
Bobby?
No comment. Thank you.
Jerry?
Well, I don't know, you know, they always keep making the same comment about the American Relief Act and the COVID mania and all this other stuff. And I tell you what, get your shot and let's get over this damn thing, because it's just getting worse. All it does, every time we turn around, we got another variant that's even more transmittable than the other one before. People get the shot, let's get over this thing and let's move on with life. And the American Relief Fund, we're going to use it for great causes, and that's all I got to say.
Thank you. Boy, that's some stuff. But I want to thank whoever did the lighted parade on Friday. I want to compliment them. It was the best I've ever seen. And I will tell you, Chamber of Commerce, thank you, Chamber of Commerce, and all the people that participated in it. I think it was a well-attended event. One thing I want to compliment is the Fredericksburg Independent School District football team and all the fans, the band, the cheerleaders, the Red Hots. All those people represented Fredericksburg so well at the Alamo Dome. The Billies played a hard and tough game, and unfortunately we came out on the short end of the stick on the scoreboard, but it's a real honor to have been there representing Fredericksburg as a fan, and it was something to behold. I tell you what, it was a well-fought game. So with that, I'm going to end, and so now we will be going into executive session to consider and discuss the coalition of postal property owners and unincorporated nonprofit association versus the city of Fredericksburg pending in the 216 District Court, 551.0711A.
I move to go out of Director session and executive.
I have a motion by Jerry and a second by Bobby. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion carries 5-0.